Morena tātou. Good morning, welcome everyone. We'll begin with our mihi.
Tēnei ki te mihi rau. Hoi anō e rangirua ana te ngākau I tēnei ata. Hariko ana te ngākau kua pūmau tātou I tērā kapu nui o te ao. So I'm conflicted this morning. One part of me is still celebrating the victory yesterday of Te Rehutai and the team of 5 million, which we're all a part of. Ko tērā atu mamai, nā ko te rongo I te ata nei, I te pare kura o tētihi tangata, tētihi rangatira o Kirikiriroa, kia David Braithwaite. Hoi anō pauri ana te ngākau. So my heart grieves for the family of David at the hearing of his passing this morning. Hoi anō, e te whare, haere tonu ngā mahi. So, aha ko tērā, ko koutou tērā, ka ata tirohia, ka te wete hia, I ngā kaupapa nunui o te taone nui nei a Kirikiriroa. You have the enormous duty and responsibility to continue as your role as governors of Kirikiriroa. So hoi anō, I runga I tērā kōrero ka mihi anō kia koutou, e haramai tēnei rā, te whakararuraru I te whare, e pai te raruraru I te whare. O reira, I acknowledge those that have come this morning to present their views to council. Hoi anō, e tātou, mā te karakia tātou, ka whakapai hia I ngā āhuatanga kei roto I a tātou. So we shall open in prayer and ask for God's guidance and wisdom today. Hoi anō, kei inoi tātou. Let us pray. E te atua kaharaua tēnei rā mātou, e koropiko tahi nei ki mua I tō arawaro tapu. E te atua ki a tiaho mai tō matakirungi a tātou I tēnei rangi. Tātou e tiro nei ki ngā kaupapa e here nei ki tēnei taone nui ki a Kirikiriroa. Me ona kōrero katoa. Nō reire e pai te matua ki a pā mai tō ringa ki runga I te manu kāhui ki a pōla. O tira rere I hoa nei ki ngā kaikauni hira o te rangi nei. Nō reire e pai te matua a hakoa ngā pikinga, ngā hekinga I roto I ngā mahi o te rangi. Tēnei tā mātou nei inoi ki a koe I roto I te ngua tapu o tautama I ukaraiti. Āmene.
Kia ora, Mina. Thank you for that. And you will have picked up in that introduction, and I will be allowing Mark and Martin to say a few words if they wish, that it's a sad day to reflect on the passing of David Braithwaite. And I, sitting in this seat particularly, I've just been alerted to this through some formal channels through Mark. But I did want to take this time for us just to pay our respects and acknowledgements, and we'll, of course, formally do that to the family outside of this, but just acknowledging the great leadership of David and the honour of sitting in a seat where he has sat and carrying on that, and our thoughts and well wishes are with the family. Mark.
On the passing of a personal friend, David Braithwaite, and sending our condolences and certainly my best wishes to Ray and the family on this sad occasion. He had been ill for quite some time. I don't know if many of you actually knew, but I used to be his press guy when he was having so much fun with Dave McPherson and Ewan Wilson and the likes. And it was an interesting time. I went to him as a radio announcer because David would be the first to admit he was not the flashiest behind the microphone and making speeches. And I said, look, you're the mayor, and I'd made the same offer to Mayor Rimington beforehand. I'm happy to help you make speeches. And he said, I'd love you to. I'd love you to. And out of that grew quite a firm friendship. And I grew to really respect and love the man. One incident really stuck in my mind. We'd been Team Braithwaite had been taking a beating from the Waikato Times at the hands of one Jeff Taylor. And we were coming up with all sorts of strategies and clever lines, and I don't know if you remember being called rock stars councillors, that sort of stuff. But then David stopped and he said, I just want you to stop for a minute. He says, I know you're friends with Jeff Taylor. I said, yes, I am. He's a very good friend. And he says, if this role ever makes you not want to be his friend anymore, then you're fired. I don't want you to. I don't want this to ruin your friendship, because that's more important to me. And I thought that was the measure of the man. He was a gentleman, and he held this office. It was a tough term for him, but he held this office with enormous pride. It meant more than just a job to him. It was in his blood. So rest in peace, David, and it's a pleasure to carry on serving in your name.
Thank you. Martin.
I obviously worked with David Braithwaite when he was a councillor, as a colleague councillor, a number of years ago now, and obviously worked with him as the Mayor of the City when I was a member of the Parliament. And what I want to just briefly reflect on is you'll notice in committee room number 1, where we have 4 photos honouring our first 4 women elected members in this city. One of those is, of course, David's mother, Mrs. Braithwaite, who was mayoress to, of course, David's father, Rod Braithwaite, and then became a deputy mayor of this city. And I mention that in the context that we also, in honouring David, are honouring a family who have given significant service and passion to this city. If you go to the Hamilton Gardens, you'll see evidence of the Braithwaite family with English Gardens and also another garden in their contribution. So I just want to acknowledge and praise a family and that has given considerable things and left a legacy to the city. And of course the Braithwaites, the Rogers family, these are families that have had a huge impact on the city. And if there are no other speakers at one, I'd just obviously like us to observe the normal minute silence.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, it was quite funny. I remember what Mark's saying very well, and certainly I did give David his fair share of hell as a reporter when he was mayor. He had a tempestuous term, and we certainly didn't always get on. And but he did have a gentlemanly side. And although his family, I think for years after, understandably, I think avoided me and crossed the road when they saw me coming, David didn't. And we still talked and chatted occasionally, and he may not have forgotten everything that went on during those times, but he certainly appeared to have forgiven. And I don't think we should forget he played a big role in the stadium, and a lot of people did. But the FMG Stadium Waikato is there partly because of David Braithwaite's efforts, and he put a heck of a lot of work into that. So, and lots of other landmarks such as Allendale and Centre Place in this town. So, he was a force to be reckoned with.
Thank you all for your words. It's really wonderful to hear from people who have known him in different contexts, and the history was very welcome, Martin, especially when you look at the role of mayors up there. My name being the latest, but acknowledging all the leaders that have come before, so that's quite special to me. So we will observe a few moments silence in which you are able to reflect on your own personal relationship with David, please. Thank you, everyone. Okay, just want to note a positive thing today. I don't know if anybody can see anything different in this chamber, but I just want to make an acknowledgement, look around, anything different. Yeah. Yes, thank you. So we're really pleased now. We were given a gift from Kingi to Heitia at the opening, the blessing of the Ruakura Inland Port when the ministers were down with the hoi that you see there. It's a great honour, and the most fitting place was not in a corner of my office, but to be hung here as a mark of our partnership with Waikato Tainui, where everyone can see it and enjoy it. It's beautiful, isn't it? She did, yeah. Margaret did say that, you know, we were devoid of Māori art in this chamber, which is absolutely true. But so how wonderful to have that particular piece and what it represents about us travelling in the same direction. So on the same waka. Okay, cool. Thank you, everyone. We'll go to apologies. I have Cash is a partial apology.
Yeah. Partial. Ira's in her second day at daycare. So if I get a call, I might need to pop out.
Fair
come
enough.
back.
Fair enough. Oh, bless her. All right, thank you for that. Also. That's what young children do, and we're fine with that. So somebody please move the apologies be accepted. Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Hamilton, thank you. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Are there any declarations of interest on matters before us today? Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, Ms. Southgate, just for me on the PX item C5, the Civic Awards.
All right, thank you. We will note. With that, I'll just get there. Sorry, wrong order. Confirmation of today's agenda. It is as circulated. Councillor Pascoe so moves. Councillor O'Leary seconds. All in favour? Thank you. And we'll also confirm that we note that conflict of interest for that item. Councillor O'Leary moves. Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Brings us on to the confirmation of the council minutes, item 5 of the 4th of February. And they're there. Is there any matter arising or incorrectness? No. Therefore, I move that they be accepted. Seconded by Councillor Bunting. All in favour? Sorry, Margaret, I will remember to look at you. Thank you. Margaret's on Zoom, so just remind me if I don't look that way for the vote. Thank you. That brings us on to the confirmation of the elected members' open briefing notes of the 3rd of March. Also circulated any issues arising from that. There being none, I'll also move. Councillor Thompson will second. All in favour? Margaret? Thank you. Carried. Now we'll go on to the Chair's report. It's a pretty straightforward report. I don't intend to read into it. I think we're all very excited with how the communications and engagement team are rolling out the LTP, and what happened with Heipo Manawa Ora also was a big credit. I want to give a really good shout out to the comms team, because we've charged them with doing things more far differently and being further reaching with our engagement. And from what I see so far, that's exactly what we're getting. Thank you all to the councillors for attending those LTP engagements, leading various ones. I know Councillor O'Leary was at the Puketi House, and Sarah and Mark led the one for the disability sector also. So it's really awesome. Thank you, everyone. The only things, the recommendation, apart from receiving the report, is to approve Councillor Gallagher as appointed as the representative on the Waikato Plan Leadership, with me as the alternate. Now, the reason for that is that Martin has attended everyone for as long as I can remember and maintained a very close interest. Obviously, I was the voting member to begin with, but I have irons in many fires and a lot of work to do, so that I'm more than happy and confident that Martin will do an excellent job in that space, and already has a firm foot in the camp, and where he can't attend, I'm still there to support it. Any questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. And this may have been answered yesterday, the hugs or the mugs, as Councillor Dave refers to it. Could you, or perhaps Martin, just remind me of the Waikato Plan and where it sits in terms of all the other bits we've got going on? I know, just for clarity, as a newish councillor.
Well, I mean, I think it's obviously addressing key issues of social well-being, but if you have future-proof in H2A, which is the relationship between us and Waikato and Auckland, etc. along that. This is, if you like, a broader sort of regional group under the chairpersonship of Margaret Wilson, and basically it's a governance group that it sits now under a regional council under that particular umbrella, and looking at sort of whether it's youth employment, housing, etc. I recognise the challenge with a committee of this nature. It must not become a coffee table book committee, and I do say that and I think with Margaret Wilson's leadership, we are, from what I observe, getting runs on the board. This is also a means by which, if the region wants to intersect with central government, just as H2A Future-Proof has got definite buy-in with Minister of Local Government and Minister of Transport, we are engaging obviously with Minister of Local Government, other ministers. And the other thing which I would make is, while Paula, the Mayor is technically the alternate, clearly if there's that kind of central government ministerial dialogue, then obviously our Mayor would be back in the room to lead that kind of discussion, where I'll be just doing the more, dare I say it, day-to-day stuff.
So I'll add a few comments to that, but just want to say to our manahiri that we're going to bring up item 10 to the next item, so that you don't have to sit through a couple of other debates that may be a bit longer, so that you can then go on with your day. So sorry about that. In respect to that, Ryan, to add some more, this came out of a time when the government were pressing for a one plan across the region, or a collaboration. They're still very firmly in the camp of regional collaboration as an overlayer of other things. It's done various things over time, but more latterly, one of the successful products that it has, I suppose, implemented would be the housing initiative, which Lale Iramia is the lead on. So he talks to that, and there are some issues around youth employment that Mayor Baxter is leading at this present point in time. And so it's very high level, it's very governance, it's very watchdog, it's directional. It doesn't bind councils to anything, but basically serves that lens. And of course, they've been working closely with this United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, so it's how to bring it up. Prime Minister Ardern came to the launch of their regional goals and initiatives, was it a year ago, a year and a half ago, around that? But now that Martin's in full control of that, I'm expecting him to report it up to the committee, at least quarterly, so that we don't get too far behind what's being. That's fine with you, isn't it, Martin?
Thanks, Mayor Paul, if I may, and I know we mentioned this the other day, and apologies if staff brought it yesterday, but really keen just to see a sort of a one-pager where all these different entities and frameworks integrate. Yeah. Just make sure we've got it. You got it?
Yep.
Oh, awesome.
Do you understand that, Lance? Yep, absolutely. I think because you get in the stream and you assume that everybody's in the same place with understanding where these fit in. That's fair enough. Yeah,
what's crucial is that this particular committee, it's had its moments, and it started under the Julie Hardacre mayoralty as a regional thing. And with respect, I think there's been times where it's been trying to find its way. The previous mayor was somewhat sceptical of parts of it. But we've decided to stay in it because we had the view it's better to be in the tent. But I think in terms of reporting, the point is picked up that you want to see how this relates, for example, to Future-Proof, H2A and all of our other regional collaboration exercises. And I acknowledge the work that Blair Bowcott and team are doing at the staff level with this committee. But certainly that integrated reporting is noted.
Excellent, thank you very much. So on that respect, I'm happy to move my report be accepted and that Martin is in that position. Do I have a seconder? Oh, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Thank you, Margaret. Carried. Okay, we're going to go to the Whatakoruru Reserve deliberations as the next report. Are you speaking to this, Lance? Or?
No, Marina is.
Okay, cool. I may not have pronounced that correctly, so please correct me if I didn't.
Good morning, Paula, elected members, guests and staff. So just to remind everyone, the purpose of this report is to inform the Council of the information received by the Hearings and Engagement Committee on the 1st of December 2020 regarding the reserve status of Whatakoruru Reserve. and the recommendation that council do revoke the reserve status of that reserve located in Peacocks for the purposes of enabling the land to be transferred back to Waikato Tainui. I'll take the rest of the report as read and open it up for questions.
Thank you. I have a question, Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thank you, Maria, and certainly support the proposed.
Sorry, Dave, just one second. Your questions first.
Yeah.
I meant to ask the Chair of Hearings if he had any overview that he wanted to share as having chaired it. Sorry. You're not? You're fine? Carry on, Dave. Thank you.
As I was saying, certainly support the proposal, but there's a part in there which says that it's going to be handed over, apart from the bit that's needed for the road reserve. Now, I looked at the map, attachment 1 on page 44, diligent, and I couldn't see whether, has that already been taken out of that map, or is it part of the bit within the red? I'm just trying to find out and work out which road it is being kept for, and given the circumstances and the history, why would we be keeping any of it for a road? So those are my sort of collected questions, Maria.
So the transfer of the road is also part of the agreement that was made with Waikato Tainui. So
Understand that.
yeah, my understanding is that they were completely comfortable with the rationale for that. It is also my understanding that the red line is the reserve as it will be transferred.
As it will be. So which bit is the road? Would that be the bit? I'd like to, given that this is part of the deal, I think we should be seeing which bit is the road reserve. And I would hazard a hypothetical question through you to Tainui. While they are comfortable with relinquishing the road part, would they be even more comfortable if they didn't have to? And could have the whole area? But I can't even tell which is the whole area, sorry, from this.
So Trevor is sitting up the back, and maybe he might like to come and help me with that question.
I see there's a couple of little roads poking into it. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, there were a couple of possibilities there, and I couldn't decide which was the most likely. Thanks.
Yes, so the map on page 44, as Maria said, is the whole reserve. On page 45, you'll see a survey plan, and sections, if you can read sections 3 and 4, are the total reserve. Section 4 is what's proposed to be road.
So that zigzaggy bit. Yeah.
So the section 3 is what's proposed to go to Waikato Tainui. Section 4 is what's proposed to be road and has been through the designation process.
Yeah. So it's a little bit on the bottom, a nibble off the bottom corner sort of thing.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. So I guess my question is, what was the other part of it, and was still what is that road reserve needed for? I mean, which road is it going to be? Because I don't think it's one of our arterials and that. My question relates to if it was a major arterial or even a minor arterial, I could see the importance, the significance of it. If it's only a local cul-de-sac or whatever, then why would we need it? So I don't know.
What's the importance of retaining that road opportunity?
That section 4, the little bit, has been designated as part of the Southern Links roading network. So that area is part of the Peacocks new road.
Okay, Trevor, thanks for that. I understand that. We've had some similar circumstances in the past where we have taken land for roads, which eventually haven't been all completely used. Is there a clause in here that says in the event of it not being needed, or part of it, that section 4, Area 4, not being needed, that it would revert to Tainui or to us or someone like that. I'm just trying to make sure that.
I can't give that assurance, but I can't give that a definite assurance.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying a clause in there, in the event that at some stage in the future, the Southern Links is built and part of it's not needed or all of it's not needed, can it then relinquish back into the main block that's been handed over to Tainui?
So Andrew Parsons has just entered the room, and he's got impeccable timing as the best person to answer that question.
Andrew, did you understand the intent of that
Is
question?
there room for another helper up there, Maria?
Did you understand what the question was driving at? So we've got this provision to protect for a road. We put the road in, we don't use all of the area that we protected. Can we then put that back into Tainui ownership with the rest of the block?
So I could completely miss the question. So is that question in relation to just the reserve, or is it?
No, in relation to the bit that's been kept for roading, I'm mindful of the East Street block that was taken for Wairangi Drive, and only 5% of what was taken was eventually needed, and the rest was handed back to the previous owner.
It definitely can be handed back. From a construction perspective, we'll be looking to legalise the minimum transport corridors possible, and so there could well be the opportunity to enhance a transfer back. At the moment, the transfer back is based on a legal agreement that we have between ourselves and Waikato Tainui, and that's what today is about. But beyond that, post-construction, then we will definitely be in a position to maybe
So
increase.
how do we note that down so that the first port of call, should it not be needed, is Tainui as opposed to something else?
Well, look, I'm happy for this, just off the back of this discussion, but if you want the robustness, it could be a resolution. I'm happy either way.
Okay,
By
so
the time we eventually build Southern Links, Andrew and myself may not be here.
No,
so we won't get into discussion about it at this point. We will in the deliberations. But you're saying that a clause can be drafted to that intent, aren't you?
Yep. This piece of transport corridor is intended to be complete in around 2023, 2024, so it's not that far away. It's part of the HIF works.
Yeah, but the only thing that Dave wanted to know was having some legal protection to be able to do that in the thing. And you're saying yes. Okay, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Couple of questions on the financial aspects. Paragraph 11, Council will work to rehabilitate the site. What is needed here, and what is the likely cost to ratepayers of that rehabilitation?
So my understanding of the agreement is that Council has offered to work with Waikato Tainui at their discretion. The final plans haven't been developed yet, so that cost is not known, but it is tied in with the original agreement with Waikato Tainui. They may choose not to take us up on that offer.
So,
But that agreement has already been signed as...
okay, it's a little bit flaky, isn't it, in the sense of not, you know, we're doing a swap of land, but we're keeping in a contingent liability there. Are we talking about millions of dollars, or are we talking of a few $1,000s?
I don't believe so, but also tied into the agreement is the retention of public access to that particular space as well. And as I said, it's tied into that agreement that was made or resolved on the 29th of August 2019.
So this might be helpful. Lance just shared his perspective with me, and also we have other PAR sites. So I was just wondering what's happened in those instances and what councils generally do in the maintenance of PAR sites. Can you show some light?
It's not unusual for around New Zealand for these types of transfers to happen. And there's different bits of legislation in different areas and different agreements between councils and local iwi. And quite often the ownership is transferred back to the iwi, and then there's a partnership around the development and or ongoing maintenance of the piece of land. Quite often it's park land or it's open space and it's a PAR site, so there's historic and cultural context to that as well, which have to be protected. So that's the intent of this, that it's actually a reserve, and that Hamilton City Council essentially helps with the maintenance of it. This is, you know, it's not going to have a whole lot of things built over or anything like that. It's weed control, it's, you know, pest control, it's enhancement of the biodiversity and also the cultural values of the site. So if there's middens, there's parasites, there's trenches, there's things like that, then there will the normal protections around that, and also potentially, obviously, working with the iwi around the interpretation of that too, appropriate interpretation. So, look, the expenditure wouldn't be significant. You're probably talking tens of thousands rather than hundreds of thousands or millions. But that was really part of the deal. I think this is a good opportunity for us to actually, this first one, I think it is, Andrew, to actually, as a good test about what we do with some of the other Crown-derived land that Hamilton City Council's got as well, working with Tainui going forward.
So will we have access, when I say we, the city will continue to have access across the land to get to the river, or and that we, the council, will continue to maintain that land ongoing as part of that access or easement right?
So my understanding is that public access is part of the agreement. Council has made the offer if Waikato Tainui would like us to be part of the maintenance and development of the site.
Okay, thank you. And the last question is around paragraph 23, again, around financial considerations. And I have raised this before. I know that the Peacock HIF loan is, you know, 240 million, or the development is 240 million, but it would be useful to see some sort of idea of what the cost is, both CapEx in terms of the land swap, as well as what an estimate might be of ongoing costs. And I know that many of our reports, not just this one, are starting to become quite silent in terms of reminding us of what the costs are, whether they're internal or external costs.
Yeah, so there will be some legal fees associated with the original agreement, and obviously if the council, if the resolution is approved, then there's a process to follow which the strategic property team will prepare and implement. So again, the cost will be fairly minimal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I'm happy to move with the addition that of the clause along the line that Andrew has agreed would be.
I was thinking about that, given it's the exact alignment of Southern Links is going to be decided quite soon, I'm sort of thinking that's probably not necessary, Your Worship, to take the General Manager's assurance there. I think it.
So it's noted in the discussion and we know what the intent is. Okay, that's fine. So I'm happy to move that. Is there a seconder?
Yeah, Paula, maybe I've just crafted up some wording which we could put into as a committee, as a note in the minutes.
Would you like to share those, please, Lance?
It's a little bit rough, but to the intent of that, notes that any possible surplus land in the future from the area to be used as a road reserve be offered back to Tainui as part of the historic past site and be reflected in the agreement.
I think for the minutes, I think that's a good way.
Okay, so I've moved, Councillor Gallagher seconds. We'll go into debate, please. There is none. I would just say a few words, very few words. This is the right thing to do as we develop new parcels of land, to give due consideration to the hapu and iwi and to preserve cultural heritage. And it's in alignment with some of the strategic goals of He Pou Manawa Ora as well. And so it's quite exciting that we're able to take this opportunity to preserve something that up until today has not been preserved or recognised. Alongside the environmental, considerable environmental enhancements that are going into those gully situations, I think it's good news. So that's why I'm very happy to move it. Any further comment? No? Oh, Jeff. Oh, it's been seconded. Thank you. We'll go to the board for voting, and Margaret will raise her hand.
Excuse me, are we allowed to have say in here?
No.
Before you vote?
No, sorry. If you had have wanted to do that, that would have been through the public forum.
Where is that public forum?
No.
That's,
Can I just, yes, so
She's
can I
asking
just
to a
clarify,
hearing.
because we've already had a hearings process.
Sorry?
We've already had a hearings process for this.
And to vote on it without giving us an opportunity to reply to your proposed discussions here.
I'm sorry,
certainly
I
will be,
understand where
objective.
you're coming from, but there's a formal process around it, and the
Yeah,
ability to
yeah.
be heard is through the
Yeah.
hearings, which were conducted by Councillor Gallagher, and afforded everyone rights to debate and share their view with council. Because it has been through a formal hearing process, Becca's absolutely right. There is no further right for a member.
I'd just like to say that Waikato Tainui Incorporated is not mana whenua. Waikato Tainui Unincorporated, which we are part of, Maniapoto is part of, that they are mana tangata whenua.
Okay. No, we
So you're
understand.
passing it over to a corporation.
I'm sorry, but as I've said, we cannot raise that matter at this point. Okay, so we're going to the vote. All those in favour? Go over. Are we resetting? Have we done it?
One moment.
Sorry, because I'm going to resetting it. Thank you.
Councillor Forsyth, can I confirm that you are in support?
I can't press it. You vote. Yep. Hands up. The hands up. Little. Is it? Or is it hands up? Yeah. Brilliant.
The motion is
Thank you.
carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay. We're moving on to the next item, please, which is the elected member childcare allowances on page 16. Do you want to follow that up? Thanks.
Morena, Mayor Southgate and councillors. Firstly, I just wanted to introduce Frances Cox-Wright beside me here, who is our policy and bylaws lead. Frances worked on drafting the proposed submission before you today and is here to assist in responding to any questions on the content of the report. To provide a bit of a background, the Remuneration Authority is currently seeking submissions relating to its yearly review of the local government remuneration and allowances determination. One matter was subsequently raised by Councillor Thompson relating to the existing childcare allowance component of the current determination. The purpose of this report is for the Council to consider a proposed draft submission to the Remuneration Authority concerning its criteria and application of the childcare allowance, which was introduced by the Remuneration Authority primarily to help with addressing the barrier for people with children or planning to have children to stand for council, and in turn increase the diversity around the council table. The report also seeks a decision from the council to formally approve the inclusion of the childcare allowance in the elected members' support policy, following on from the previous council's decision to submit in support of the allowance. And just for clarity, this would only adopt the Remuneration Authority's current determination. Happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Just a context as well, which I think is important to councillors. Members are allowed to bring to the table and are supported to bring to the table political issues of interest. The letter, however, should have said draft, because it wasn't actually drafted by me. It was a proposal that was set up for debate and consideration, although I supported Sarah bringing this important topic for discussion. So I don't want anyone to observe the letter as representing my final and formal response to this matter, because I didn't draft it. Well, that's now, but it didn't. It should have come with draft right through it, just so that we know that we're starting with a genuine intent to debate. Let's go to the questions and then see where that takes us. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Thank you for the report. I have a couple of questions. First, a point of clarification, maybe. All New Zealanders who are either studying or working currently are entitled to some parental paid daycare. Mm-hmm. Is it correct that while they are participating in that, they have to do it through a registered provider of daycare.
You're referring to the 20 hours free ECE policy?
Yes.
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. And in the report you've prepared,
Yes.
you're suggesting that we lobby the Remuneration Commission that elected members would have a special status, that it wouldn't require a child to be put into a registered daycare facility, but in fact, family members would be paid for providing that daycare.
So the distinction is, under the current policy of the Remuneration Authority, it doesn't have to be formal childcare. It could be a nanny or someone, as long as they're not related to you and don't live in your household. And so the way that the Remuneration Authority has drafted their policy, the issue is that they have put in a distinction based on family status, which is prima facie discrimination under the human rights legislation. Potentially other childcare allowances in different contexts, including like the Ministry for Social Development childcare allowances for beneficiaries, are drafted in a way, are drafted in a different way. So they provide financial assistance for formal childcare. The Remuneration Authority determination for elected members provides for childcare, excluding if it's provided by family or someone that lives with you.
So is it correct that you're trying to draw a distinction from other legislative enabling processes that doesn't draw on that requires the use to be through a registered childcare provider? And so you're saying that that in itself isn't ultra vires or a prima facie against discrimination because of the way it's drafted, but you're trying to imply that the Remuneration Authority erred in its drafting, and on the face of that, you're saying that it's discriminatively being in place. Is that what you're...
If I could respond, Councillor Wilson, the Remuneration Authority already draws a distinction, rightly or wrongly, that is a policy perspective, that people who are standing for governance positions will be treated differently to how all New Zealanders are treated in terms of policies around ECE 23 hours once your child turns 3. That distinction that the Remuneration Authority has made has in some councils been supported, in others it has not. That is very much a policy position for governance to take. What is being debated today is whether the distinction having already been made by the Remuneration Authority, whether the distinction it has made is actually pitched at the right place. Right. And that is where the potential for a submission regarding how they have included some family members in that informal childcare allowance is or is not right. The staff are not saying it is or isn't. It was this has been put up essentially for debate.
But even the Remuneration Commission has, in drafting its policy, made a clear distinction.
Question.
That is a question. Am I correct in understanding that they, in drafting the decision, have still distinguished between an immediate family member being remunerated for the provision of daycare from that of a third party being a nanny or somebody closer? So they've still recognised that they didn't want to get to the stage where a family member was being remunerated as opposed, so they've still made a distinction. That's my question. Have they not made a distinction? And in fact, by our submission, we're saying that, in fact, no, we want to be treated even more differently.
Yes, is the brief answer, Councillor. I suppose the way that the Remuneration Authority determination is written is that if I was a councillor and if I had young children, I could ask my second cousin to look after them, and that second cousin would be eligible for remuneration, regardless of how close or how distant my personal relationship was with that person. However, my grandmother or my mother-in-law, my mother or my mother-in-law, who may provide the same service, because of where the Remuneration Authority has decided to differentiate between family members, would not be eligible even though she is providing the same service. That's obviously a distinction that the Remuneration Authority has made based on the reasons put before it. I suppose the question that we're inviting the council to consider is whether the decision, that distinction that has been made by the Remuneration Authority is correct or lands at the right place. But essentially that ends up being a policy consideration for council plus the Remuneration Authority if it chooses to put the submission forward.
So my final question. I understand we submitted to the original process. Yes?
Yes.
I understand that once it was ratified and put in place, we forgot to actually endorse it and make it a policy of our own.
Correct, we haven't formally resolved to put it into the policy.
And so I understand you're asking us today for two things. On one hand, you're suggesting we make a submission to them saying that the policy they've adapted is on a prima facie case discriminatory, right?
Correct.
But you're also asking us in the same breath to adopt it.
To adopt the current determination.
Right, the one that we're also writing to them saying is discriminatory.
Correct.
Why on earth would this council want to be adopting a policy that, on the other hand, we're saying we think is discriminatory? Gosh, that word is discriminatory. Yes, I've got all tongue-tied. But why on earth would we be doing that?
Because I think that the primary point of having the allowance available, regardless of whether it includes the points that we're raising now, I think is something that council needs to consider whether they want to include it now as part of their policy. With the submission, if that gets approved today, going to the Remuneration Authority, they will consider it as part of their next determination.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thanks. Does apply to, does this policy apply to fathers that require the same assistance?
Yes. The provision mentions parents and guardians.
Okay, so that means father could presumably pay his wife to look after the child?
Not under the current
determination.
Not under the current determination. Is the clarification you're seeking as to whether the effect of the submission as drafted would mean that that is what this council would be seeking?
Yeah, I am getting a little bit confused with some of the questions, but I basically want to know, do the rights that we're looking at now for human beings for women So a woman could not pay her husband, is this correct, under the current policy?
Under the current policy,
Mother or mother-in-law?
under the current policy, no, you couldn't claim for a family member that within 2 degrees, so a parent or a mother-in-law, to provide childcare. Under the proposed wording in our submission, there's the potential that you could, including parents, the parent of the child.
Okay, thank you.
So is not the elected member.
Is that clear? Thank you. Is that it, Margaret?
No, that's all, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Becca, can you, I was under the impression last term that not only did we support it, but we actually pioneered it. Didn't we? Wasn't it our idea in the first place?
No, I don't think we pioneered it, but we definitely submitted in support of the policy. That it was pioneered by another member at another council. I can't remember the exact details, but someone else put it forward and we supported the submission.
Okay, so I thought, so I thought we'd supported it, we definitely supported it last time.
Yes.
So I was of the impression that it was there available if we needed it this time. But do we forget to, what happened?
Yeah, so essentially the Remuneration Authority determination makes it basically asks councils to make their own decisions as to whether they individually adopt it as part of their policy. So the bit that hasn't happened, which we're asking to deal with today, is just that we formally approve it as part of our current elected members support policy. So that process didn't happen as part of following on from the termination happening or being passed.
Because, to be honest, there have been a couple of times when I've thought about using it with Max, etc., as a father. So we would have discovered then that we actually weren't eligible for it anyway. Is that right? So
yes. So it was a situation where there was a changeover of staff, and it just hasn't followed through in terms of just that final formalisation of the process.
So I guess, can I presume from that then that even though a lot of us thought it was available, no one's taken it up anyway?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Can you lean into your mic?
Sure.
Sorry, for people at home to hear better.
Yeah, no
Thanks.
problem at all. Gosh, I was going to say my voice is quite
I
loud.
know. Use your radio voice. Come on.
Yeah, there we go. No, look, I think that's. Oh no, yes, the 20 hours free at present for daycare. Do we, as contractors under our unique councillor contract, whatever it's called, do we qualify for that 20 hours free still as well?
I'm not sure.
I can answer.
Yeah.
I can answer this because I have a child who's about to turn 3.
Yeah.
And the ECE funded hours are funded directly by central government to ECE providers.
Right.
So if you meet certain criteria in terms of the number of hours that your child attends ECE, then once they turn 3, those 20 hours are available for you. In my circumstance, I go from paying X to paying Y, so that bill for me drops, but that's completely separate from any employment arrangements that I have or my partner, my husband has. So we could be employed anywhere or we could be unemployed. That ECE trigger for 23 hours is for anyone whose children attend daycare.
So yes is the answer.
So yes is the answer.
Thank
so
you.
For elected members, it doesn't matter what your position is,
Right, great.
whether this is your only position where you receive remuneration or whether you have 2, 3, 4 different jobs.
Yeah, cool.
That
All right.
applies regardless of your employment status.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Paul.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, my questions kind of are on 2 parts to this because I'm now aware that there are 2 parts to this motion. One is to support, as I understand it, to support the recommendation to the authority, and the second one is to approve the policy that we previously supported. So just in regard to the latter, I just wonder, have we not got what you might call, Becca, kind of double, no, I don't think double negative is the right word, but the fact that we're trying to approve two things that are going in a different direction. One is saying we're going to approve this policy, but we don't like it, or we want to add something to it, so we're seeking a recommendation at the same time to actually, would we not be better to pursue a logical course of going and getting the policy changed and then deciding separately at another event the approval of the policy in whatever form it comes back?
Yes, that option is definitely available for councillors if they wish to do it. I think the reason why we put it in this time is because we picked it up during the review of the childcare allowance submission, and we just wanted to bring it to the attention of councillors that it hadn't actually been adopted. And that they would be able to, at this point, adopt it if they wish to as part of the policy, but again, it's completely within elected members' rights to push it out further if they wish to.
Can I add to that?
Yep.
The way that the amendment to our elected members' support policy is drafted is that it adopts the Remuneration Authority's determination. So if the determination changed, then we would be in a position to implement it straight away.
So you'd bring it back to us again to approve the updated?
You wouldn't have to.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm just thinking of democracy there. So just around the comparison of the policy to the rest of our staff, do we offer a similar, and I call it a benefit because it is, do we offer a similar benefit to our staff who have exactly the same family circumstances as elected members?
So, Councillor, as it stands, there is no additional benefit to staff as employees of the council regarding childcare.
Okay, right. I think that's fairly clear. The answer is no. We don't provide any benefit at all. Parents pay for it themselves. They get a tax deduction if they're entitled to it on the payments, and that's the 20 hours, but a tax deduction on the payment for the rest. Yeah.
Thank you. You finished your questions?
Okay. No, I've still got some more questions.
Or just maybe another one pertinent question so we can get around the room.
Okay.
Bring it up.
So if this policy gets approved or gets updated and approved, where does the payment of the benefit come from? Does it come from the elected member remuneration pool, or does it come from elsewhere in the organisation?
So it would come from a budget line in the governance budget. So it's not included as part of the current remuneration pool. It's separate from that.
Okay, that's fairly clear, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Rob, how many questions?
I've got some more questions, but please go around the table.
Yeah, I'll go around the table. If
there's
there's any pertinent questions that haven't been answered at the end, we'll come back to you.
Yep, that'll be fine. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
I'm hoping this is a retrospective policy going back about 22 years. It would be quite helpful.
Now, come on, question.
Your comment at the top of, in paragraph 7, about the prima facie discrimination based on family status, is that similar argument to the one that won the day eventually in the caregiver's case for disabled kids being looked after by their parents or family members?
Yes, exactly. The Atkinson case, I think it was.
Finally settled about a year or so ago.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, good. I'm familiar with that, so it's handy. In both the current Remuneration Authority policy and our proposed policy, there's a definition there that talks about grandparents who have responsibility for day-to-day care of a child. I'm just wanting to tease out the definition of day-to-day. By way of example, a grandparent may have kids for 2 weeks. They're not day-to-day, it's occasional care, but it's would they be eligible for it during that period? I'm thinking particularly of Rob and myself there, and Maxine.
I think it's potentially unclear because when we on the current wording, because when we socialised it with councillors at other councils, one of their requests was that be clarified, because I think it would come down to a councillor making a claim, presumably to their governance staff, and interpreting what day-to-day care of a child meant on the spot.
So what would be our interpretation in such circumstance? Because presumably someone wouldn't go to the potential expense of getting an outside or an extra carer if they weren't sure they were going to be able to claim some of it back.
Mm.
So, I mean, surely that needs a definition. If it's unclear, we need to know where's the threshold, where's the dividing line. Look, that's not a major issue, but I think we need to see, if we're going to put that in our policy, what does day-to-day mean? Because it's quite frequent for grandparents to have occasional care, but one definition of day-to-day might be the primary caregiver, which they're not.
Family member spends as opposed to occasional. That's what you asked, right?
Yeah.
Did you have a response to that, please?
I don't know that we could answer that question for you today in terms of a specific definition. As staff, we could have a think about what might be appropriate.
Okay, so let's think about that while we take the other questions.
Yeah, I think that might, given the number of older white people who might be grandparents in councils around the country, that might be quite a big consideration.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so I
any
think-
further questions, Councillor McPherson?
Just to respond, I just wanted to say that could be something that we could raise as part of the considerations that the Remuneration Authority might want to look at as part of the submission.
Well, could we ask as part of our submission for their version of what day-to-day,
Yes.
where it starts and stops?
Yes, I think that would be sensible.
Okay, so, yep, we might be to find out more behind the scenes from the REM Authority there. Next question, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Francis, do you know if what, say, Australia or the UK do in terms of local government and any childcare assistance policies?
I know that they have them, which was part of the reasoning behind introducing this policy in 2019, but I don't have the information on whether they make the same
however,
distinction.
James has some understanding of the UK context.
I could give you chapter and verse on the UK central government childcare policy, but I'm not familiar with what's offered at a local government level in terms of two elected members.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. And I guess on Dave's question around the case last year, so to confirm, is it now government policy that parents or family members of, say, children with disabilities are eligible? And it was similar reasoning?
Yes, it was. So the following the case, the policy was amended to ensure that family members, which included siblings, where there was a family with a disabled child, there were sometimes siblings that were looking after, providing care for the child, and sometimes family members of varying degrees, and it ensured that they were now eligible to be reimbursed for the hours spent because of the hours taken out from doing paid work, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
In terms of the dates, just for clarity, so if we adopt the policy,
can you speak up a little
sorry,
bit, please?
if we adopt the current policy, does that mean elected members can make claims from now till June, or is it for the whole financial year?
So yes, so if we adopted it today, it would mean that elected members that fit the current criteria for the current determination could make a claim, and then if the determination changed in this on this topic in July, once the remuneration has been through their process, it would automatically be updated as part of the policy.
And that's for next financial year?
Yes,
So
correct.
the current financial, if
Yes.
it's adopted today, is it from today's date, or is it for this?
From today's date onwards,
Okay.
if it's approved today.
All right. And second question was, if, in regards to the submission and, immediate family with childcare, what type of proof would be needed? Because I understand you have to provide proof of hours and things. So, like, what type of hourly rate do we come up with, or how do you prove that my husband's taking care of the child, or how does that work?
So we would just require a log that essentially would be signed by yourself as being true and correct, and then that would essentially be signed off by either the governance manager, myself, or and/or the CE.
And the amount claimed, is there a recommended rate as such, or do we just come up with it?
It's not prescribed. Just you need to provide evidence of the amount paid for childcare.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Look, my questions kind of flow on from that. I guess, assuming this was to advance, what's the accountability or the mechanisms that would be in place to protect the member? Because this is obviously subject to Lagoima, etc. So would we not require them to prescribe more commercial ranges or some sort of formula that protects? And I guess my second question is, you've probably partly answered, but what's to stop the member saying, well, I've been using childcare for the last 11 months, it's just about at calendar date, here's my invoice for $6,000. In terms of protecting elected members from that sort of, can we put more mechanisms in place?
So as part of your elected member support policy, you could prescribe additional measures specific to this council about how you wanted to see things go, as long as it still fits within the determination. But some councils provide additional prescription about how things have to be presented, or number of hours, or whatever.
I just wonder, given that whatever outcome happens here today, whether this has to be finalised today or whether staff can work away with further providing clarity while we're lobbying or advocating for this. Should we not at the same time advocate for clarity around how this might be implemented to protect members from that public scrutiny and ensure there's robust process in place?
Yes, I think that's, again, that's another sensible suggestion in terms of the submission. I think I just wanted to clarify, under the current policy, elected members are unable to claim for family members. So in terms of evidence that we require, it would be an invoice of sorts for the childcare provided by an external agency or someone that's not directly related. But going forward, if this was to change, if the Remuneration Authority were to change their view on this, I would imagine they would set some very clear guidance around it and parameters around it, but we can certainly cover that off as part of the submission, that we would, signal to the Remuneration Authority that they would need to be looking at this stuff.
So there's a number of perspectives available to us. We're still going through questions. One is to approve the staff recommendation, an amended staff recommendation, or to move for a delay in submitting. We haven't got a lot of time though, have we? How long? So there are some options on the table. I'll give you, Council, a chance to think about it, because what I'll do is take all the questions, because there's still a few more. Then we'll take a break, just a comfort stop, and that will give you a chance. I'm trying to navigate the recommendations myself to make them clear. Procedural, yes?
Are you intending to move two motions, or is anyone intending to move it
No,
separately?
I don't know that's why I want the break. I want to take all the questions for clarity. I want to get my head around understanding the recommendation, the various parts of it. So to enable that to happen, I'll give it time, but at the moment, let's just explore the questions. Becca.
If I could just clarify that the submission for this round of submissions to the Remuneration Authority is due in by the 31st of March. So if councillors wanted to get something submitted
we have a
prior
little
to
bit more
then,
time up our sleeve.
Yeah, a little bit more time in terms of making some changes post this meeting, if that's the desire of elected members.
Okay, so we still have those same options that I've said, which
Correct.
is adopt it as is proposed in the staff amendment, amend, or delay with view to amend. So we've got a few options up our sleeve. Let's go through the questions first, though, and make sure because I know that Councillor Pascoe also has some additional questions. And now I'm going to take Councillor Van Oosten, because she hasn't had any questions thus far. Come back to you, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Pascoe, and anyone else who hasn't spoke, let me know. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you very much for that. Thanks for the work that you've done around that. It surprises me that we hadn't implemented the 2019 resolution. And there's some suggestion in the room that we're going either in different directions or why would we? I just wanted some clarification for you that that implementation would be a benefit potentially for some of the councillors that sit at this table. That's correct, is it?
It would depend on each councillor's circumstance in terms of their childcare arrangements.
Thank you. Yeah. And that the further submission, should it be adopted by LGNZ, would strengthen that first policy. That's correct, is it?
Correct.
By broadening it, I mean.
Correct.
To allow
yes, potentially, yes,
more family members to be involved in it. Is there any risk for us in making that submission if we haven't first implemented the other policy? I mean risk about being taken seriously.
I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of risk in it. There may be a small reputational risk in terms of we haven't accepted the policy, but I don't, in the overall scheme of things, I don't think it would create any unnecessary risk at the moment.
Okay. Oh, good. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Pascoe. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Just a couple of questions. The 20 hours a week that everybody is entitled to, is that from 0 to 3 years old, or is that from 3 years old and above?
So that's from 3 and above.
Yep.
I think the policy drivers around that from central government were not simply around the availability of childcare, but also the benefit of being in childcare and interacting with other kids from that particular developmental stage onwards, being of benefit as well.
So there's no subsidy for any member of society from 0 to 3 currently?
There isn't. There is obviously parental leave between 0 and 1.
Yeah.
And at the moment, I believe it's 26 weeks.
Yeah. Can I just
leave that falls into that space.
Can I just clarify? So under a student income threshold, 0 to 3, some people are eligible to apply for extra subsidy.
Right.
And I think the income threshold is around $75,000 in total household income.
Okay, thank you. The current remuneration policy that we have not adopted enables an elected member to claim $6,000 a year outside of the 2 degrees. So they right?
Yes.
In theory, that's 0 to 3, or in fact, it's unspecified as to age.
It's 0 to 14.
0 to 14.
Yeah.
Right. So, in theory, an elected member could enjoy the benefit of the 6,000 per year, 0 to 3. Post the 3 and between the 14 could claim both.
The ECE childcare subsidy is only until a child, I believe, is 6 years old or until they start school.
So for a period of time between 3 and 6, they could claim both.
Yes.
And if the suggested our submission is accepted by the Remuneration Authority, then there could be a scenario that an elected member would have the privilege of receiving $6,000 a year for a child from 0 to 3 being looked after by a partner or a grandparent within the 2 degrees, qualify for the 20 hours ECE from 3 to 6, that's correct? Excellent. And my final question is, there's been some reference to the case regarding the tragic circumstances where a family has a child with a disability and the child is looked after. Explain to me your thinking of why you're drawing a like with like, because one is a unique set of a child has a disability. Where's the
Certainly.
where are you drawing the similarity? It seems a long bow to draw.
It does. The reasoning in the legal cases focuses on what you can and cannot, a distinction you can and cannot draw about a person in the same circumstances as another, and distinguishing a benefit to them or an entitlement based on a prohibited ground of discrimination. So while the context of that case is certainly different, the human rights reasoning applies in the same way when, as in the section 14 of the determination, when you put such a black and white distinction between a person and a circumstance on paper.
Right. So it's not. It's a legal argument that has evolved because of the wording the Remuneration Authority has used in the current policy, which we've yet to adopt.
Correct.
And so we're advancing to them that we want to adopt your policy, but by the way, we think it's been poorly drafted and leads to a prima facie case that it could be deemed to be discriminatory.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, for the opportunity to ask some more questions. I think I've got a good feel on the evidence. That was my next question, was around the evidence that would be required, not only to protect the organisation, but also to protect the applicant in terms of family relationship. But my only other question, you've hinged back an argument on the Human Rights Act, and I just wonder whether that applies any differently in the circumstances of elected members who are contractors, as opposed to James's reference to MPs, and also both in the UK and in New Zealand, and our employees who are subject to employment contracts.
It could be, and that would probably have to be tested in the courts. But the way that the law in this area works is that once you have a prima facie case of discrimination, it's the obligation of the person who's making that distinction to be able to prove that it's justified in a free and democratic society, the limitation on people's rights.
So the form of contract doesn't affect the Human Rights Act in the sense of, having as much protection as a contractor might have.
You can't contract out of the law or the Human Rights Act.
Yeah, but the relationship is quite different, isn't it? Are we bound under the Human Rights Act for every contractor that the organisation uses, including elected members? So that's, I guess, the direct question.
So everyone is subject to the Bill of Human Rights. There's no ability to contract out of that. The staff of any organisation is subject to employment law, and there's an obligation on the employer to make sure that those are complied with. You have layered across that as well your central government policy about access to working for families, which provides a subsidy depending on your income threshold, the universal access to childcare once a child is between the ages of 3 and 6, limit of 20 up to 20 hours. 20 hours per week, yes. And then on top of this, and I'll preface my statement by saying that this is very much a policy discussion for councillors to have. It's very appropriate that you have this, and I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, but you have the fact that the Remuneration Authority has also recognised, whether you agree with what they've recognised or not is another question, but they have recognised that access, that the ability to be leaders and to be governance is different again, and that people may choose to do this completely independent of the considerations they make around their paid employment, and what they are focused on is not how all employees might be treated under law, but they're focused on what is going to be for elected members the best access. So if you're a person, regardless of who you are, your age, anything, what are the things that you consider when you make the decision, quite a significant decision, to stand for local bodies, also for ministers in Parliament as well, a slightly different set of circumstances. And their focus is on what is going to cause a barrier to that happening, what is going to cause a barrier to diversity and access around that decision making.
Okay, so I think that's clear enough.
Thank you, Chair.
Start to get into the outside of the legal advice and into something else. But thank you,
Chair.
that's very clear.
Yep, those are my questions.
Councillor Forsyth has a couple more questions.
Thanks, Nicola. I'm just wanting to know, under the current policy, or even what we're considering submitting, would this apply to an adopted or whāngai child as well?
Under the submission, the proposed policy that we're seeking, it clarifies that it should include an adoptive, foster or whāngai child as well. It's not necessarily excluded under the current policy, but because it's open to interpretation, it could cause an issue.
Can you just repeat that last bit? First of all, you said the current policy says yes, it does include foster, adopted, etc.
So under the current policy, the wording is just that the member has to be a parent or guardian of the child, and most of the time a whāngai, adoptive or foster child, a guardian would cover anything outside of being a parent, and so it would be covered, but we have sought clarification to put the specific words in that the member is either a birth, whāngai, foster or adoptive parent, just to make sure that those scenarios are covered.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Just one quick question to me. Well, we've got the legal advice in the room, thanks. Who bears the risk in this? If we make the case either way, is it Remuneration Authority or is it councils?
The Remuneration Authority bears the risk in terms of whether the policy, the determination that they set, breaches the Bill of Rights or not. If council were to put additional restrictions or additional requirements into their policy in applying the remuneration determination, then you would need to put a lens across that of whether you comply with legislation that includes the determination in any
That's clear.
Bill of
That's
Rights.
clear. So if we go beyond what the Remuneration Authority finds acceptable, the rest starts to fall onto us. If that's fine. If, for example, we don't comply with the Rem Authority, which we clearly haven't for whatever accidental reasons, where's the risk then? Are we?
There's no risk to council currently. You haven't formally adopted the allowance policy, but you also haven't made any payments under what that policy would be.
Okay, so is it totally discretion to accept the REM Authority's advice?
Yes.
So they're just like a direction setter, but councils can do just what they like. But that's not the same with salaries, is it?
It's a mix. So the determination sets out the framework and the minimum requirements, and then there's certain areas of determinations where the council has discretion. So, for example, the remuneration for elected members can be apportioned on a number of bases depending on what an individual council wants to do, and that's put forward to the determination authority to approve or not. What you're limited to in that space is that you have a top out in terms of the amount that you can apportion, but how you apportion it is at the councillor's, apart from the base rate, is at councillor's discretion.
Yeah.
So it's just, and it's the same with the this allowance. The allowance framework is set. The discretion that lies with council is whether you'll make it available or not.
Okay, no, I understand that now. Thank you. And so, in terms of the remuneration authority setting salaries, or it's not really a salary, it's a payment for board work. But in setting that, because we are self-employed, but in setting that, we have to adopt that structure. Does the REM authority give regard to the situation of employment, the size of the job, the fair payment for all the circumstances you might find yourself in if you take up that role, or is that a consideration?
The Remuneration Authority, when it sets the pool for elected members and also sets the salary for mayors and chairs, bases that on a range of factors that includes the population of the district or city. I think Becca might be able to recall more factors off the top of her head possibly, but there's basically a range of factors, and they use that to set as a formula.
So the key factor is the population size of the city or the district that they base the size of the job on. There are some other minor factors that I can't remember off the top of my head what they are, but the main factor is that size function of the job. And so in terms of the pool that's made allowable to each council, the only thing that they set is the lowest, the base salary, and then the mayor's salary. Everything else in between is determined or worked out by resolution of council within that pool.
Yeah, the chair structure and all of that.
Yeah, and there is a requirement to use all of the pool.
That's right. Yeah. It's just so it's a pretty broad brush that they apply in terms of setting salary. Some of our colleagues around the country are paid 20,000, 30,000. Regional councils are in the 40,000, 50,000. We're quite generously paid in comparison, but that's based on largely on population, assuming that population drives the amount of work that we do as well.
Correct.
Okay, correct. Thank you, that's helpful. A couple more questions. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, and only a couple more, actually, if that many. And I'm going to draw on your knowledge of the 20 hours or free, or 20, 30 hours free? 20, thank you. Are those 20 hours free in formal establishments, or can they be childcare within the home? I've been trying to Google like a mad thing at the same time, so.
I don't think I can answer that question, Councillor. I know that if you do a recognised ECE and if you do recognised in-home childcare, so this is someone who provides childcare for say 2 or 3 people within their own home, usually through an agency, then that's available to you. I cannot say with any certainty whether it would be available, say if my cousin was available and came over and did regular hours for me.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm not entirely sure that I can on that distinction.
I'm pretty sure you can't. So I think it has to be a registered.
Registered.
Child
I guess where I'm trying to go with this is the fitness for purpose of the 20 hours for someone in our job who may get called out to something quite urgently. Can we call upon it for that? And that's to me that's
for the 23 hours.
Yeah, in the 20 hours. I'm sorry, I might be asking stuff.
I guess it would depend on normal traditional childcares generally operate between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. if you're lucky, and then anything outside of that in terms of home-based childcare, there may be some, I guess, more specific arrangements. I wouldn't know whether that was required, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think
Councillor McPherson.
got to the edge of that one. Rob asked you a question before about the human rights legislation and whether it was different because, or could be different because of the contractor situation or the non-employee situation. But I just want to clarify that because I didn't think it could be under the human rights legislation, given that the case before didn't relate to contractors or employees. It was just family members in an entirely casual situation that had won the case and said they couldn't be discriminated against. So I would have thought that the fact that we're not employees, elected members are not employees, doesn't mean that we're excluded from the human rights legislation.
No. And I think that the person who's being discriminated against is the family member. So you've got the elected member who's got a child, and then there's whoever's caring for them, and that's to remunerate them for that work is some type of contract. So it's looking at that relationship rather than the relationship between the discrimination
So then
applies to that relationship.
I didn't understand your answer to Rob's question then at all, because if the human rights legislation, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the human rights legislation says, does it not, that it doesn't matter what your employment status is or your family relationship is, you qualify if you're providing the care, full stop.
Potentially an answer, please stop me if I'm heading off in the wrong direction, is that the trigger for the discussion about the Human Rights Act and the discrimination is the fact, in this particular instance, is that the Remuneration Authority has, for whatever reason, chosen to differentiate between a parent and a grandparent, or a sister and a brother, and your second, third, fourth cousin, and they've drawn a distinction between individuals.
They've drawn a
based
distinction
on,
which isn't allowable under human rights legislation.
yes, and the reason why this becomes a discussion is because they've made that distinction, and now as Francis has said, now the onus is potentially on the Remuneration Authority to justify that discrimination.
To basically to say why the court ruling in the other case doesn't require them to remove that distinction.
Yes, so the trigger for the discussion is basically they've said family members, and they have said that the distinction is if you're a parent or a grandparent, you do not qualify if you're within that 2 degrees. If you're outside of that, you do qualify. And the question then becomes, is making that distinction
Yeah, I
a breach
understand
of
that.
human
I'm trying
rights?
to find out what the answer to Rob was, because Rob was trying to ask you, my understanding was whether we may not be covered by that, our relatives may not be covered by that human rights legislation. And I don't see there's any, if you follow the human rights legislation, why there's any question, or how there could be any question of coverage.
That's correct.
That
Human
question
Rights Act applies to everyone.
So if it applies, that's it.
Okay, councillors, we've had a really good round of questions. Is there anything that hasn't been answered that you really need? If not, what I'm going to do is adjourn till 25 past. I'm asking for the staff to have a look at the recommendation to provide the legitimate choices that you might have heard reflected in this discussion. I think the recommendation at the moment is not entirely clear even to me, so just to have a little work on that. And of course, councillors, it gives you some time now to clarify your own thinking around this before we come back at 25 past. Thank you. and get cracking. Okay, so we'll get the new recommendation up, which is clarity on, I just need to move this out of the screen so I can see. That's it. So I'll get Becca to talk to that, what the intent is. I think it is actually an improvement on the wording of the previous recommendation that sets out the bits more clearly. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. So we've just split out the stuff, the recommendation, so that the first recommendation is just around adopting the current determination into our policy and just specifying that it is the current policy. And then the second recommendation is we're just adding in that B, which is noting the points that were raised, so that, clarifying the definition of daycare, the appropriate rates of payment for eligible childcare arrangements, and the required evidence of provision of childcare arrangements and payment for childcare.
Your Worship, just procedurally, I will foreshadow an intention for an amendment for motion 2.
Well, you're in a good position at the moment, Councillor Wilson, because there is no mover to this. So you, hang on a minute. You can't jump in over you and now. But I'm just telling you, in the speaking position you are in, there is no mover. You could move it as the motion if you wanted. The amendment would be then to.
Questions first.
Yep. I'm just talking about process.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So I would be moving, I guess, the motion then in the second phase. But it would be that we need to go to a workshop to decide what we want to submit, because I certainly don't agree with the current drafting at all of our submission.
So your motion, are you putting it as a motion or an amendment, just so we're clear?
A motion, because the second one hadn't been moved. So I guess mine would be the motion.
So.
Yes, that's fine. Just would like to note that the date for getting submissions in for this round, so for the consideration of next year, is the 31st of March. So.
So what would be our next whole of council opportunity to?
I'd need to have a look and see where we could fit something in to deal with that.
It might have to be an extraordinary.
Briefing next week.
Yes, it's just
be an
whether there would be
exo
time.
No, it has to be in before the 31st of March.
You have 2 weeks.
So we are time constraints, and honestly, finding time is really pressure. So if you want to go down this route, not arguing against it, we'll have to find some time that's outside of normal time.
Just procedurally, I guess the other option is if I didn't move my motion and Councillor Thompson moved the second portion, our only way of stopping that is to vote against it, and for us to, in the next iteration of being able to make submissions to the Remuneration Authority in a year's time.
That's correct, isn't it?
Then submit it.
Yeah, so just to clarify, Councillor Wilson, so we can make submissions at any time. It just depends, it just probably will mean that they won't look at it until next year instead of this year.
I guess, Your Worship, the frustration here is that this is being developed for a period of time unbeknownst to me or to a number of elected members.
What's the point of order, please?
An inaccuracy, because actually an email was sent out stating exactly what the proposed submission would be and then there was the opportunity for feedback, and it was asked for feedback, and a number of elected members responded. Not everyone responded, but that email was sent.
Thank you. That is technically correct, but carry on with where you're heading with your. What would you like to do here?
Look, I think in light of the fact that we are under such tight time frame, I think I will simply vote against the second motion.
Your second motion, you mean A, B and C?
I'm sorry, because the first motion is actually, I think the way this is now first motion is to vote for the current remuneration policy. I hadn't been chatting about that. I'd been in the second motion where, having done the first, we are making a submission to the Remuneration Authority highlighting why we think they should reconsider the policy we've just adopted.
So there's nothing incorrect in that statement? No,
No, that's
right. So,
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So, and so now I had thought that there may have been enough time for us to have a meaningful discussion, having now adopted the policy, to have a meaningful discussion about trying to make an amendment or recommend a change in the current policy. But clearly we don't have enough time, and so I will simply vote against both. Is the only meaningful way I can make a contribution.
Okay, let's go to, we've discussed the recommendation. There is at this point in time no mover. You've decided not to move an amendment at this point in time, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Thompson, you indicated you'd like to move. That was the next voice in the queue that I heard.
I'll move that second motion there, if anyone is willing to second.
So when you're talking about the second, you're talking about the reworded consideration,
Yes, the
right?
submission there, and also happy to move the first one unless someone else wants to do that instead.
Just a point of clarity.
Yes,
Well,
yeah.
We've got people up on the board trying to ask.
That's true. I want everyone to understand what there is, it's what they're voting on. So yes, I'll get you to your question in a minute. Is yours a question on process or clarity, Councillor McPherson?
It's on the missing process. What do we do when we get the answers from the Remuneration Authority, the clarifications that we're seeking? There's nothing in there about bringing the policy back for another look, which may even satisfy some of Councillor Wilson's points. So all I'm saying
No, I
is...
understand your question.
So my understanding of the process is the remuneration will consider submissions and then they will basically make recommendations or they will determine specific things. They may come back and seek further clarification, but in terms of what you're suggesting is that post that process having undertaken, you would like a further opportunity to then look at our policy in light of whatever the determination is.
In light of their answers that we've requested, which may or may not include a determination at that point, because that was what we lacked last time. We got that determination
No,
and
I
we did
understand the
nothing.
intent. So is that possible to
Yes, we can certainly add in another part of that, just to note that following advice from the Remuneration Authority, following feedback from the Remuneration Authority, we'll bring back information to elected members for further consideration.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether that can go into the motion,
Yes.
into
Okay.
the...
So could you put that
It's,
into the motion, and then
Okay.
meanwhile I will take the question by Councillor Councillor Hamilton. Sorry, Ryan.
I was just a bit confused by the two motions, but I think I have it. But we've got two Bs now. We've got A, B, and B on the second part.
Yeah, we just need to update that.
Sometimes. To be or not to be.
To be or not to be.
To receive the report.
Okay,
Thank you.
that was it. Councillor Thompson, question on
Yes, just
process?
clarity around this here. So does the motion still require that if a determination is made by the REM Authority to adopt, say, some or all of what's in the submission, that we need to then make a separate decision again as council around including that in our
Well, that's what I'm
member
trying
support?
to get
Yeah.
Except doesn't it be brought to council for the purpose of determining our future
Yeah.
policy?
Elected member support policy,
Do you
and
understand?
that would also alleviate concerns around what it would mean for this council in particular. So, just to clarify, would it then broaden what we're allowed to do as a council in terms of what we can put into a support policy, but we still then decide what happens?
Correct. So if there was an update to the determination around childcare allowance as a result of the submission, I imagine they would make the determination and leave it up to individual councils to then make the decision. So the point that Dave's making is then we need some mechanism and direction to state that that then needs to come back for further consideration to avoid the issue that we've had this time round.
Okay, so Maxine, if you've got a question, because you're frowning, I can see it.
Look, I just wonder if that would then require us to come back to the same discussion in order to be able to broaden our policy from the 2019 position.
Yes, so we would likely need to do that anyway. If there were any changes to the Remuneration Authority determination, we would need to bring that back for council to consider if it was an optional thing. So if there was an option and therefore council to make their own decision as to whether they implemented the guidance from the Remuneration Authority, we would then need to bring that back for consideration for elected members to make that decision to broaden it or to add anything in that they needed to or wanted to.
And given that it's our submission,
yes,
might that make us look a little foolish?
Well, it would depend on where the conversation was heading at the time, I guess. It's hard to kind of determine that without knowing where that might head.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're making some progress here. Right, we've got a mover and we've got a seconder, right? So we'll go into the debate and we will take it in parts with number 1 and then number 2, but we'll have the debate in the full, but we'll take it in parts so that to enable people to have a bit of discretion how they vote on the various aspects. Does that seem a fair process going forward? Okay, so we're in debate now. So Sarah, you're the mover. You get to lead out the debate, please.
Thank you. Originally, I had assumed that the first current policy was actually already in place. So my initial concerns had been around the eligibility criteria for that. And it's really, for me, it was just a matter of principle. Looking at it, it seemed fundamentally wrong that this policy ignored the reality of being a new parent. I've spoken to elected members around the country, particularly young women who have come up against barriers in terms of actually even using this policy, so it hasn't been useful for a lot of people who were supposed to benefit from it, with the purpose that we are encouraging more diversity and particularly more women in local government. The reality is that when a child is very, very young and you as an elected member feel a responsibility to keep working, because you're the only one who can vote in your seat, you want someone who you can trust to look after your child. A few weeks old or a few months old, it's really hard to find that person if you are having to find a stranger. So this really ignores that reality for a lot of people that end up having parents who drive a couple of hours to look after their child, a partner who just stops working to enable them to fulfil their role as an elected member. And for a lot of, while it's not such an issue here in a larger metro, for a lot of the smaller councils, their remuneration is very small because it's seen as a part-time job, but it's difficult for then a young person to actually have a second job or a supplementary income to make it possible. So you end up with a lot of retired people in positions in local government or a certain segment of the population able to take on those roles. So this was about actually making it a little easier and more possible for young parents to take on these roles. So this is really just a matter of principle, that I don't see any good reason to not reimburse someone who's doing the exact same care work that someone else would be doing, potentially giving up paid employment, giving up whatever other responsibilities that they have to do that work. And so hence we've got a submission which would remediate that. I reserve my right for reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other discussion? Councillor Wilson. Oh, no, sorry, wrong order. Apologies, Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Because this is a self-interest decision that will improve the financial standing of elected members, and my decision, given the extra cost to ratepayers, needs to be a hand-on-heart decision that's fitting to the Hamilton City Council environment. I came along today without really a firm view as to which way I was going to vote, and I was keen to listen to the questions and the debate. And it looks like I've got myself in the wrong order for the debate now, because I'm second on the list rather than last on the list, but never mind. In terms of what I've done this morning is I've written down 4 questions which I have answered myself in the context of the questions that were asked. The first question that I asked myself, is the intent in providing this benefit more principle-based than based on financial need? And I think that the answer to that I've given myself is a yes. The second question, is there a financial need to provide funding to our councillors based on the current remuneration package that we have? And the answer to that, in my view, is no. Third question, am I, as a member of governance, comfortable in spending ratepayers' money as a benefit for ourselves? And the answer to that has to be no. And the fourth one, which concerns me a good deal, is it appropriate for us as elected members to be in the controlling seat and making decisions to approve a benefit that is not available across the organisation to all of our employees? And the answer that I've given myself, that one is also no. So on balance, I won't be supporting either of the 2 motions.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. From my point of view, I'm not against removing or reducing barriers to encourage all members of society to stand for elected position. I see the attempt of the current remuneration authority's policy as it does seem to fill a gap that isn't available for the general public anywhere else. It enables people to qualify for some funding from 0 to 3. But where I think this goes terribly wrong, and where I think we expose ourselves of being accused of being elitist, is that this policy enables an elected member to double dip. Between the age of 3 and the age of 6, an elected member can apply for and receive the $6,000 and apply for and benefit from the 20 hours a week from the tax reduction until the age of 6. So the elected member has a significant advantage over the average person. And it's paradoxical that one would argue that the justification for the policy in the first place is a matter of equity and justice, where in fact what this does is alleviates you well above the average person. So at the very least, the recommendations to the Remuneration Authority should be you need to adjust your existing policy to limit an elected member to double dip between the age of 3 and the age of 6. But I hear no suggestion from those moving this that they want to do that. The other thing I have to highlight is that this policy again differentiates between the average person and suddenly decides that it's okay for somebody within the 2 degrees of family separation to put themselves in a position of paid daycare. So a partner or a grandparent starts getting paid for a role that no one else in New Zealand gets qualified for unless you're an elected member.
Point of order.
What is the point of order?
Point of order, factually incorrect. Court cases have determined that it's discriminatory not to pay family members if other people are entitled to be paid.
Okay.
Immediate
Carry on
family
with
members.
I-
So
I-
factually incorrect.
No, because I used the word daycare. Councillor McPherson may be right in the context of outside of daycare, but he's factually incorrect in the description I
Okay,
gave.
carry on with your debate. We set that aside and carry on.
So again, my point would be, this is an elitist, unjustified, privileged motion being advanced by people with self-interest.
Please carry on a little because you'll be interrupted.
And I think we are sending the wrong message to the average ratepayer and taxpayer. And while we're trying to encourage people to participate in local government and stand for election, is it really the message we want to send, that we think we're so elitist that we get to double dip? I think that's flawed. I think that's unfair. And that's why I won't be supporting either of the motions.
Thank you very much. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. I want to start by asking myself a couple of questions. One is, does the current policy and practice in council discriminate against people who choose to have their childcare provided by an immediate family member? My answer is yes. Does it put barriers, the current policy and practice put barriers in the way of people with young children or responsible in any way for young children participating? My answer to that is yes. So therefore I'm going to be voting for both of them, because this whole move is an attempt to reduce barriers. I don't think it removes them, but it certainly reduces them. It's an attempt to remove the discrimination that's in there, as has been evidenced by human rights legislation cases in other but closely related sectors. It's a mistake that this council doesn't already have a policy in place. That is being addressed by motion 1. Motion 1 gets us to make a policy equivalent to the current remuneration authority policy. It's a mistake that we didn't enact it before. We're rectifying that mistake. It's only a halfway house step until the new determination comes through. And this is the point of reference, I understand some of Councillor Wilson's points that he worked up into quite a righteous lather there. There are some questions that need to be answered so we can have some clarification, like the potential double dipping, which I don't think happens, and certainly not going to happen from our elected members in that situation, because their children, we're going to decide our policy well before they get to the age of 3, those two, the two children belonging in that corner over there. I think we're going to get the answers we need, and because of D, Councillor Wilson, we're going to be able to have another bite at that, knowing more facts than we do at the moment. The problem we've got at the moment is that we've fed the lawyers' bank accounts, but we haven't actually got very far. And this is no offence to the lawyers in the room, but I can see why legal fees are so high and councils pay so much there, given the amount of lawyers we have had involved in this so far. We need to review the answers we get from them and then have a proper policy. But in the meantime, we shouldn't have no policy. That's the problem. If you don't vote for number 1, it means no policy. It means you're basically recognising that there is discrimination and barriers, and you're not going to do anything about it at the moment, when we can do something about it. So that's why I'm saying at least vote for number 1 while we spend some time getting it sorted, what's a good policy going forward. I don't think anyone is suggesting we should be double dipping. If that's an anomaly, give us a chance to fix it when we get the information back. There are other anomalies as well. Give us a chance to fix them. Don't say I'm against the whole thing just because there's one or two dodgy points in it, in the current situation. So, thank you.
Councillor Van Ooston.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Sarah, for your fine words. There's some in the debate who I disagree with, and it's a good position to be in because it gives us an opportunity to really be able to air the fullness of this debate. I speak in favour of both of these motions. I recognise that there is a failing of a previous council from picking up on that first policy in 2019 when it was introduced by LGNZ, and that's helped to confuse the issue today. As far as motion 2 goes, broadening that and taking out the discrimination is absolutely a key part of what I'd like to see introduced here. Certainly we need to be able to think about some ways to protect and to support any claims that might be made from elected members, but those sort of processes can be adopted and set up in order to do that later. The important part is that we address that discrimination. I'm a grandmother myself, and I have responsibility for my grandchildren to support my daughter to return to the workforce. She's an excellent nurse and is working at our DHB. In order to do that, she has to be able to rely on somebody turning up at her home at 6:15 in the morning. Now, there's not many people who will give up their time at that time of the day in order for that to happen. There's no better person more vested in the family, in the children and their welfare and nurturing than a grandparent or perhaps a sister or brother. So that close familial association is really key. Shared values, shared understandings, shared childcare raising is really critical to a young woman returning to the workforce. And I wholeheartedly support the two women that sit to my right in order for them to be able to sit at this table and to bring their perspective, their youth, their enthusiasm and everything that they can contribute to our I guess if we divide the age of the rest of us, older representation. They offer a different perspective, and I would like to, for one, support that. In our 10-year plan, we put aside $3.7 billion potentially to look after what we've got. I suggest we also look after what's in the room. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Fortunately, my spouse does not watch Council on YouTube, and I can rely on all you colleagues not to tell her what I'm about to say. In a different era, in a different life, and in many ways, I was a young male councillor, and during my period of council, we had 3 children under 5. And I will freely admit, while in my wonderful endeavour to serve the city, save the world and do my very best, I didn't give too much thought, to be honest, and I'm ashamed of that, of my spouse at home. I didn't give too much thought about her career decisions and sacrifices at the time. I just came here and did the good work serving the city. I have often said that central government, for a range of reasons, the Parliament is far more diverse and far more a House of Representatives than most councils around this country. And one thing that I picked up when I was an MP moving around the region, and also more latterly with my good friend Dave, when I was a District Health Board member attending various community health forums, I was acutely aware of the challenges for rurally based women on relatively low local government salaries, much less than you pay the metros, to serve their communities and work out around childcare. And it's not necessarily in a smaller locality you have this complete range of choices. And I am continuing to distressed when I go into various regional forums and see the huge weighting to people who look a wee bit like me by coincidence, and an absolute underrepresentation in terms of age, gender, and all of that. So all we're doing today is we are asking the Remuneration Authority to look at this issue around discrimination, and there's been court cases, as Councillor McPherson and others have alluded to. And I think it's a discussion that the Remuneration Authority should have. It will weigh up all of the factors. Primarily, however, we must do what we can to ensure that we don't just have a House of Representatives based in Wellington that reflects the composition of our country at large. We have a House of Representatives in the Kirikiri or Hamilton City or South Waikato or around our region, so that local government is better able to reflect that. And I think this particular issue will assist, I hope, in that regards. Final decision is going to be the Remuneration Authority. They will look at all these factors. All we are doing today is putting this issue, in essence, in front of them.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I can't support either of these recommendations today. I don't support the Rem Authority's determination allowing elected members to have access to 6K and extra childcare, and we as a council don't have to take this up. As a logical follow, I don't support the second motion. I'm very aware of any situation where we're using money that is not our own and treating ourselves differently than the rest of the community. This particular initiative feels to me wrong and elitist and a little entitled. We've already heard that our staff can't access this benefit, nor obviously can other working men or women in our community. There's a lot of talk today about reducing barriers and discrimination for people wanting to be elected members. Well, this argument falls apart because we're ignoring our own staff. This doesn't seem to apply to them. We pride ourselves on having great staff. What about the barriers and the so-called discrimination they face? Unless this council finds a huge source of wealth, there's no way that this council can afford to be paying up to 6K a year for each child of every parent requiring childcare until they reach the age of 14. I don't like one rule for one and another for another. It's just not fair. If we can't do that for our staff, why do it for our elected members? What's so special about us? I'm aware of the whole issue of trying to attract a more diverse range of elected members. Young mothers and young fathers, for that matter, are a big part of that. And I'm also aware that elected members aren't entitled to some of the perks staff get, such as access to KiwiSaver. It does make it hard. But childcare is a biggie for so many people. And a lot of our staff, I'm sure, work a hell of a lot longer hours than we do, and they're not entitled to it. They have to make sacrifices, so do we. And last time I looked, we were a team. We're all here to make Hamilton a better place, and our staff feel that passionately, I know. Most of them are full-time, so when an elected member is on 92K for what is essentially a part-time job, when the average full-time salary in New Zealand is 79K, and we've put in a creche on site recently, we can use Zoom whenever we need, and we still have access between 3 and 6 to up to 20 hours of free childcare. I think an extra 6K free childcare is a little too generous. And I'm aware that as EMs, using other people's money, we need to work very hard to avoid any appearance of being too free with it, particularly when we're paying ourselves. We have a responsibility to be prudent in the way we apply use of that money to ourselves. This is not prudent. It feels elitist and entitled.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rove.
Thank you. I think that a few people have raised a good point in that the submission is not solely based to benefit Hamilton City Council. The submission is for the REM Authority to look at this for its national policy. So those elected members that get paid a lot less than we do, it's giving them the option of a childcare allowance to allow them to work. And that's the bigger picture around this. Our jobs, we all know this is not a 9 to 5 Monday to Friday job. This is an evening, weekend, lots of sacrifices that come with it. And a lot of the time, it's a lot of late nights, late night events, community events, all of that. And you can't necessarily access, registered childcare provider for those hours. It's usually babysitters or family. So yeah, I think we are needed for more than 20 hours a week, which is what that ECE 20 hours free, it's only 20 hours, whereas we're actually needed for a lot more than just 20 hours. Our reading alone would be 20 hours a week. I think it's important to note too that everyone has different circumstances in their personal lives and their needs. So this is an option to have available if you need it. And as an elected member, you're accountable to the public. You're not going to abuse an allowance. Someone will pick you up on it, but it's there if you need it. $6K a year, in the grand scheme of things, is not a lot of money. It equates to about 8 weeks of childcare per year. It's not about the dollar amount. For me, it's the principle of having that option available. I don't think that this is a discussion, it's not a personal benefit. I don't think a childcare allowance is a personal benefit. I think that it's a benefit for our constituents. It's to allow us to actually do our jobs, not having to worry about, is my child safe? Are they okay? I am still able to do my job while knowing that they are safe. So it's not about self-interest. It's allowing us to actually function in our jobs, in our duty to serve people. Yes, it will help remove barriers. It'll encourage younger parents to look to stand for counsel. Our average age in Hamilton is 32. That's a lot of young parents who live here. So I think this issue is bigger than just what we're talking about. And by supporting this policy, it's sending a message to society, it's sending a message to our young daughters and sons to say that, hey, you know what, this can be a supportive environment. You can still do it all. You can still have the kids go through your sleepless nights and still be able to function because you've got the support wrapped around you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, thank you. This is, I've leapt from side to side listening to some excellent debates today, and I've heard some things that have really ground my gears. In context, we find ourselves debating about something that we thought was already there, but wasn't, and no one had claimed for it anyway, and we're being asked to submit a draft submission from Mayor Paula that she didn't write. So with that in mind, let's get into it. I'm sorry to laugh, but I actually find it quite hideous. I do have some questions. Did we think it was there in the first place? Yes, we did. Was it ever used or called upon by any member, even though a lot of us were eligible? No, it wasn't. To the last term councillors who suddenly don't like it and find it morally unrighteous, where were you when we all voted for it last time? What's changed? Some things have changed. Some things have changed. In the letter to Mike Kuntz of the REM Authority, I see that as a little bit heavy hitting though. I find that as a bit like cracking a walnut with a sledgehammer. When we start talking about human rights, when we start quoting United Nations, etc., 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 it starts to lose me a little bit. And I do have to give a bit of a scolding to Councillor Maxine and Councillor Sarah. It's not just about women. I am eligible as a parent And guess what? I am pale, male, stale, and I've got grey hairs everywhere, and I have a son who's 12, okay? And many, many times I've thought about using that because I thought we had it. There have been so many times when we, as Kesh says, get called in at the last minute, especially during COVID, and there's nothing we can do. 20 hours doesn't cut it for my son. He's well over 6. But I'm lucky. We've got Zoom, my partner works, and I'm in a position where I don't think I will ever call on it. But it is available to young parents. So it's not an issue about women to me, it's an issue about parents. I'm 50-50 on number 2, but I'm definitely supportive of number 1 because I was supportive of it when we put it through last time, you know, as we all did last time. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting at the moment, amused and confused.
Councillor O'Leary?
Thank you. I possibly come a little bit biased with this view because I grew up in a time where there were no benefits, and I watched my mother work 3 jobs to put herself through Teachers Training College. So I do carry that bias with me. I knew that all of the questions would be covered today by my colleagues, and boy were they ever, so I appreciate that, and I wasn't going to speak for the sake of it at that point. But I do wonder if HCC staff, and in fact all workers around the country, could sit round and decide for themselves what benefits they would give each other, whether the country could actually afford that. Just on the terms of the policy, as I recall, it was this council agreeing to get more information about the issue and agreeing to progress to get more information about the issue back then, and that's where we are today. We do have more information, and now, of course, we have the right to decide what to do with the information. Look, you know, I've often raised the inequality of local government elected members with central government elected members. We don't get KiwiSaver. When we finish our jobs, it's goodbye. We don't get any, you know, I think some, depending on how long they're in central government, they get 3 months or whatever pay. So, but we're not employees, we are contractors, and being a contractor means that every year we can put in an annual tax return and we can claim for part of our home, we can claim for part of our home expenses for office costs, we can claim for part of our vehicle costs. So I'm pretty certain you can probably claim for childcare costs as well. So we are a little different. We're also actually in control of our own time. I've often said at public meetings when people have asked me about the role, actually it's a strange role because you can do as little or as much as you like. So we are in control. It's not an 8 to 5 job, and if we don't turn up, we get fired. So it's quite unique in that way. Look, I'm just not convinced that the barrier of childcare is any more real for an elected member in local government than it is for any parent or caregiver out there in the real world. And I think accepting that it is stating that this is a privileged position over any staff or worker in the country, and that just doesn't sit well with me. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting the 2 motions amendment. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Wow, you never know which way things will go in this journey. Look, I've come in today with pretty unformed view. Like Councillor Mark, I actually thought this was baked in already, and had Councillor Sarah not raised the distinction, it wouldn't have been any the wiser. In terms of current situation, do I think Hamilton City Councillors' salaries are probably sufficient? Yes. But the point was raised by Councillor Kesh also and Councillor Martin that this is actually an advocacy for the state of play across New Zealand, where there is disparities across salaries and situation. So although there may be some level of self-interest here, we're also advocating for what is good for New Zealand Inc. If we have a budget there, it doesn't necessarily mean it'll be taken up. We've each got a 6K training budget, and I haven't used mine for a last time. It's used for training and upgrading, and I spent mine on governance training, heaven forbid, and got under scrutiny by the New Zealand Herald for doing such a thing. So every time we use our budgets for anything, and childcare would be no different, it comes under huge scrutiny. So that's a risk as well. Some of this has been compared to staff. When staff go in and apply for a job, they go in with eyes wide open, they have a remuneration package and they know what's on the table and what's not. So that's fair game. And staff can also run for being an elected member if they wish to invest in that and undergo the huge public scrutiny, and then have their training budget of where they invest their children interrogated by the Taxpayers Union, by Lagoimas and the rest of New Zealand. It's not a pleasant experience. This is just another tool in the toolbox, and I'm happy to support it today. While the second part of the motion, the policy is not perfect, I don't think it hurts us to lock it in and amend it going forward. Our policies are always works in progress. Thank you.
Councillor Forsyth. Yeah, Margaret. Oh, well, I see a little hand, or is that just my hand? Oh, you don't want to speak in the debate? No?
She's on mute.
You're on mute. No, she doesn't want to say anything. Cool. I will speak to this. This has been an interesting and slightly uncomfortable journey for me, but I'll say straight up, I'm going to vote against both. I have lived this experience of raising children under school age 20 years ago when I got into politics. My grandmother, who was 80-something actually, my mum, my sister-in-law, all took turns at helping me with my children as I did with my sister-in-laws. I called on neighbours and did all those things that most women out in the world are doing right now to get by in this job. And it was tricky. And actually today, thankfully, we're doing a lot more to support women in that very busy time of their family by providing a parents' room, which we should have done and have done, and working with our counsellors to support them in practical ways as best we could. Let's be quite clear, Angela's absolutely right, this is not a salary, it's an honorarium, and I take on board what other people have said, that we don't have the same entitlement to KiwiSaver, we have to pay our own ACC and office expenses, etc. So it's not apples with apples when you compare to salaried positions. We are very well paid though for this job, we are very well paid, and it is taxpayers, ratepayers' money. And we've got to be really careful for that. I would like all women to be, all parents, because Mark, you make a good point, it's parents. I would like all parents to be well supported at the times that they need it, raising their family. Some of our staff here, even especially the ones in this room, who won't speak for themselves because it's inappropriate to do so politically, are forced into longer hours than they expect, especially when we get into an LTP. A number of these staff have children that they have to find arrangements for. And it's difficult, and I've lived that. I note that Auckland, Horizons and Palmerston North have declined to support this. That's not indicative of the whole country, of course, but we're just waiting to find out what other people are responding to it. So with that in mind, it's not an easy thing to say no, because I absolutely support helping younger women get into this role, or younger men who may also be fathers. Thankfully, the government itself has started to adapt to a new world by making more generous provisions for parental leave, including for fathers, and that's definitely a step in the right direction. But yeah, this is not our money, and we should be very prudent with it. Let's not forget the times we're in, where we're going out to the ratepayers with a considerable rates increase because of the pressures. It is post-COVID. Many mothers out there have lost one of their incomes into their family, albeit their own or that of the primary breadwinner, whoever it is. And so there are some people struggling out there. So this is not the time for our benefit to put more pressure on the ratepayers. So I just can't do it at this time. Having said that, if the REM Authority, in considering all things, comes to that conclusion, I'd be ready to revisit that. Thank you. Right of reply.
Thank you. I think I was a little naive to think that this was a simple issue. Clearly, there's a lot of diverging views around the table, and I thank everyone for the debate. Actually, I agree with some of the points made for those opposing this. For example, I agree that in some ways this is inequitable. I would like to see that every parent in this country, mothers and fathers, I also agree with that point, Mark, I would like to see every parent properly supported to ensure that they can do the best that they can for their child, as well as participate in a meaningful way in the workforce or whatever that work may be. And it looks like today may have been an opportunity for us to push in that space, albeit in our only limited space that we have to make this decision in. But there will be opportunities, I'm sure, for many of us to advocate for greater support for parents going forward into the future. So today was just one discussion, and it highlights a wider societal issue, in my view. So I also just want to respond to just a comment around tax deductions. Funnily enough, you can claim a tax deduction for a dinner when you go out to a conference. You can claim it for your flights down to a conference. You can claim it for a fancy hotel, but you cannot claim tax deduction to pay someone, say, $20 an hour to look after your child to allow you to go to that conference. So that's also a problem, and one that we can't solve today. For me, ultimately, this was really a matter of principle. I thought that the policy was in place already. If it wasn't, I wasn't going to push for it, but I thought it was wrong, that there was an exclusion that had no real reason to be there. And so that's why I wanted to make this submission. Whether we claim it or not is a separate issue, but I thought this is simply backwards for society today, to say that someone can do the exact same work as someone else, but you can't pay them for it. Or at least we're not going to recognise that you pay them for it. So wherever things fall today, that's okay. The Young Elected Members Committee will be putting a submission forward on this, and I'm sure that they can lean on the good work that our staff have already done in terms of our submission. And maybe they'll be listened to, maybe they won't. But I really want to just take the opportunity to thank staff for the work that you did in terms of supporting this submission to get to this point so we could have a robust debate on it. Yeah, I am really, really grateful. I don't know if Francis is in the room, but thank you, Francis. It was one of the best written submissions I've seen, so well done.
Thank you. Point of clarity is that just to note, that letter was not written by me and nor seen by me. Okay, I just want that to be absolutely clear. Okay, so we're going to the vote on number 1 to begin with. Oh, yeah, no, Margaret's there, cool. Oops, oh no, can you recast? Thanks, I made a mistake already. Reset it, thank you. Voting on number 1. This was most difficult for me. And Margaret, you're voting? Yep. Motion is carried.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Forsyth is in support.
Thank you. We'll go to motion to the recommendations part 2, please. If we can have them up, that would be great.
Can we put that back on the board?
Yeah, just said that. Yep, absolutely. All right. Are we going to go to the vote? I can't press anything at the moment. Okay. All right. There we go.
Margaret's vote isn't included.
That's what I'm just getting now.
It couldn't possibly be a tie once she's involved.
The motion is carried, noting councillor Forsyth has voted for the motion.
Thank you, and thank you for the really respectful and good quality of debate on an issue that's at the heart of everybody here in one way or another. So thank you for that, councillors. We'll now move on to the District Licensing Committee reappointment. Thank you, Kelvin.
Councillors, look, the report's pretty straightforward. There's seeking only two slightly different aspects to it. One, to seek a reappointment of our current deputy chair, and the other for council to give consideration to increasing the total number of members of the district licensing committee. I'll take it as read and answer any questions.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor O'Leary, question?
Just a question, a few of these over my time have come to us, but they're normally in public excluded. So is there any reason why this one isn't? Because we're dealing with a person. I'm not saying I have concerns, I support this, but if I had concerns about that person, I wouldn't be able to raise them.
It was advice from governance that I should be doing that. It was okay for it to come for it, but if we were going to have any discussion of any detail around that aspect, it would have to be transferred to public excluded.
Okay, I just, perhaps for future, that makes it a bit prickly, because if I said I had an issue now, everybody would know who it was, so perhaps we can look at that in the future. And then, so that was my concern there. Just second question, so you'll be going through the process for the increase in membership?
Yes, we already have an existing vacancy within the current, and there's an advert out which closes on the 31st of March. So the intention was, if council supports it today, instead of appointing one, we will look to appoint 4.
Okay, and that will just, come to council as the normal process?
Correct, yes.
In public excluded, because we're talking about people and, yeah.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher?
Yeah, Councillor O'Leary's were exactly my questions. Obviously, I have no problem with the reappointment, but if I had, then there is a problem in terms of natural, because this is an external, it's not colleague councillors, there's a process. We've got, for example, we've got commissioner appointments coming up in April, I think, which is obviously will be public excluded, so I just will ask that to be refined. Just give me an idea, who's currently on the district licence? Who are the 7 we have at the moment? Oh, so it's got them? So I couldn't...
It's in that one that you read earlier, didn't you, Martin?
Talk about Tegan.
We currently have...
Oh, just answer the question, please.
We currently have 6 members on the panel.
Yeah.
We have Sarah Grayson as the chair.
Yeah.
We have John Gower. We
Yes.
have. You put me on the spot now, and I have to.
Just as for context, I know Councillor McPherson's incredibly helpful intervention, but in this case, I have tried to read the report and I couldn't. It's all. Yeah.
Because it's not there.
Not there. That's what I mean. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, and forgive me, and I don't have the names.
Okay, look, I think perhaps the process is we want to we want to increase the pool of available. Yeah, the reason for the increase.
Correct. There are 3 converging issues effectively simultaneously. First is that within our current mix of our existing ones, there are at times when we struggle to be able to form a quorum to put hearings in a timely fashion. And so that's about denial of making decisions in a timely fashion, given that those people all have a range of different roles that they have, and this is a very much part-time role for people. The second is that we have got a bubble coming through as a result of the epidemic preparedness moderation order from government, which has effectively meant that the medical officer of health and the police have been slower in meeting the timelines outlined in the Act, which has meant we've pushed off a volume of work which will all come together simultaneously when the order ends 30 days after the end of the 22nd of March. The third thing is that they've also signalled a significant increase from the other reporting agencies in the number of objections that they will have to applicants, which will result in a significant increase in the number of hearings. In notice of that, we've doubled the number of hearings that we're proposing to hold this year.
Right, and just for YouTube as well, the extra, there'll be an advertisement of expression of interest, and then it will come back here and you'll recommend, and then we will have final say, and obviously you'll give just detail the current composition, right? In terms of background, and then obviously we'll consider the extras.
Yes,
is that right?
there is an advertisement out for the existing vacancy. If council elects to resolves to support the recommendation, we will look to appoint 4 rather than 1 person to the vacancies, and then they would be recommendations which would come back here to council for council to resolve them to become members of the district licensing committee.
And who's on the recommendation panel? I mean, obviously, do we see all the names, or how does that work?
On the selection panel?
Yes.
Is myself, it is the chair, Sarah Grace, and the deputy chair, assuming she is reappointed, Tegan McIntyre, and Andrea Hohepa from Te Runanga or Kirikiri.
Right, and then you'll recommend into this council, and we'll say yay or nay, or we may ask you who was unsuccessful.
And that will be the third time I will have brought nominations to council for consideration and for support.
Yeah, and obviously in public excluded. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Thanks, Calvin, for this report. My question was just around how are we approaching this differently in terms of filling these vacancies or adding extra members following the diversity review for the RMA Commissioner?
Certainly, we've tried to, for this one, we've tried to model off the approach adopted for the RMA, for the later version of that. From our advertisement specifically referencing that we were looking to get representation across diversity. We were seeking membership to reflect the diverse community and to encourage applicants with Te Ao Māori and tikanga knowledge to consider applying. We have had an inclusion of iwi representation on the selection panel, and we have gone to a very wide pool in consideration of applications, and that's extended to using in addition to our normal advertising channels, we've used all of our contacts to reach through Kote Pacifica, through iwi Māori organisations, through specific iwi Māori sites like mahi.co, MāoriPacific.co, looking at a range of options. Alongside that, we've also gone as wide as we can into the Law Society, we've gone into the university, we've gone to Wintec, we've tried to go as wide as we possibly can.
Thank you. Thanks, Calvin, and thanks for the efforts in that regard too.
Thank you very much. Do we have a mover? Councillor Wilson, was it? Yep. Seconder, please. Councillor. Oh, too bad. I've seen Councillor Hamilton now. I'm sure you don't mind, Deputy Mayor. It's moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Camilton. I don't know what Camilton is. Councillor Hamilton. We'll go. Any debate? Couldn't get that out. Any debate? No? No? Okay, we're going to the vote. On the board, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, councillors, we're going to now...
The motion is carried unanimously, noting that councillor
Sorry, Amy.
Forsyth has voted for
We're now,
the motion.
because clearly I must need food or something. We're going to go and have lunch because the next item will take a little bit more consideration. It's not a quicker item. So is it okay for you to be back at 20 past, or is that too constrained? We got the 45 minutes, is that right? 45 minutes, that brings us back at, let's make it 25 past. Oh no, too late. He is. I'll just turn it. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the little bit of lateness, but by the time we all got out the room to eat, it was just running a weeny bit late. We are now on item 11, which is the Council's draft submission to the Well Energy Trust. Welcome. Welcome, Indy. Just walk us through it as quickly, salient points.
Katoa, good afternoon, Mayor Paula and elected members. A Well Energy Trust is seeking feedback on the 2021-22 annual draft plan, and the submission outlines Council's desire to build on the excellent partnership and working relationship it currently has with the Trust to progress intergenerational benefits for our community. So as a capital and income beneficiary of the Trust, Council has made similar submissions in the past. However, we did want to bring your attention to these key points. At the 11th of Feb Community Committee meeting, a resolution was approved to submit an investment proposal to Well Energy Trust to support the delivery of 3 projects. These are Hamilton Zoo Waiwhakareke Natural Heritage Park projects, Rotatuna Pool, and the CBD River Pedestrian Walking and Cycling Bridge, subject to the approval of the long-term plan. It was subsequently confirmed that what Council had proposed is a variation request to the Well Energy Trust's draft annual plan and has therefore been incorporated into their formal submission process. The submission that's attached to the report speaks to the City's 5 priorities, and the investment summary in the appendix of their submission is consistent with the projects identified in the long-term plan budget. So with this in mind, we welcome your feedback and questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the work that you did on that. And just in background to that, thank you for the work that you're doing to line up with the funding. It's much appreciated. We'll go to questions. Councillor Bunting.
I was just going to suggest that if Councillor Ryan's moving it, I'll second it, if you want to.
Brilliant. Councillor Pascoe.
Have you or any of the elected members involved had any discussions with the trustees of the Well Energy Trust as to how they might entertain their request for an advance on the capital fund?
So the formal draft submission has been shared with the trustees in advance of this open agenda, and that has been through the Chief Executive, Raewyn Jones, just out of respect for the previous conversations that have happened between elected members and trustees. Has there been any discussion, any dialogue as to how they may entertain the request? I'm sorry, Councillor Pascoe, that I don't know of any particular dialogue with elected members, but that could be something I can ask.
There's been general discussions with trustees. They've been to a number of our functions recently. There was one at the Gardens, which a number of elected members are at. So there's been reasonably high-level discussions around how they might help with those citywide projects that link into the, our 5 priorities and the 4 wellbeings. Specifically on the submission, we thought that we needed to submit the submission and then actually have those discussions. And we can do that formally through presenting on the day to their annual plan. And I think Richard's down to, we've actually got a placeholder in there to go along and speak to that. Indy's also organised another session with some of their trustees, actually up at Zoo Waiwhakareke, so there's a number of them coming along to look at that. So there's an opportunity there as well. And we'll carry on discussions with Raewyn and others. Okay. It would be useful if elected members could help with those discussions. Yeah, and I know Councillor Hamilton's actually offered to do that too.
Yeah, good. That's where I'm sort of angling to. The other question I've got is, roughly, we're a capital beneficiary in the trust, which I think winds up at the latest date about 2070. What's the value of our capital fund now if they decided to wind it up now rather than in 2070 or the date? What's the value of our share of the fund?
Councillor Pascoe, I'll have to go and find out the specific value. But what I can say is that probably the key core messaging in this submission, as a capital and income beneficiary, what we are trying to put forward is that the City Council is mindful of the intergenerational benefits of investing now for key significant projects, and that as a council, as a capital beneficiary, we acknowledge that there is significant capital available, but that we don't want to save all the benefits until for capital beneficiaries until 2073 because the need is now. So we can find out the exact figures for you too.
Is that right? All right, Rob?
Councillor Pascoe, Mark Broham's just said it's about 143 million.
Our share of the capital fund?
No, that's the total share. We're a 63% beneficiary, so we'd have 63% of that figure.
Yep, 76 million.
Thank you.
76.
Thank you. Is there, well done on this submission, totally support the drive for the key projects, and none of those projects will come as a surprise to councillors.
An idea.
But, excuse me? But can we, I think the new thrust around funding in our community is around impact investment, or making investment where the impact is felt most, which is along the lines with what you're saying. Can we adopt some of that terminology, or add something that talks about that in terms of adding best value for funding, not just at a project level, but as a principle? I didn't see it. What do you think of that?
Completely understand and agree with your comments, Mayor Paula. The theme that we've tried to keep in through the submission has been around aligning with the city's 5 priorities, and how the 5 priorities are a mechanism to delivering the well-beings, and in respect to the impact. In the appendix of the submission, we've tried to elaborate from the 5 priorities into these, how each project delivers on the...
I absolutely agree with that, but also just adopting some of their terminology, not just our own. And they do talk about going away from funding lots of small projects, not ad hoc, that's not the right word, but scattering benefit widely to being more focused where the impact hits. And that's where partnership comes in. I just wonder if we could strengthen that, but that's just my personal view I was asking about. So, no one else? No questions? I thought you had a question, Martin.
A very general question, I think, to the acting chief executive or our report presenters. Obviously, I'm aware that there was a significant change of trust personnel at the last election, and do we have any indicators of broad direction of travel from the trust?
So we've been very fortunate enough to have a few touch points with a lot of the new trustees already, and they have shown their interest in supporting the community. However, the details of their positioning will probably be able to elaborate after the submission process. So I understand the hearing is next Tuesday.
And the emphasis is obviously on the intergenerational approach of these particular projects.
Yes, we've really tried to focus on alignment between City Council's 5 priorities and Well Energy Trust's community investment strategy and their annual plan. We also talk in the appendix about the links of the projects to the Waikato Wellbeing Project and to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which are a strong focus for the Trust to further strengthen that alignment.
And presumably benefits, as we're a so-called capital beneficiary, we'll be realising, as a city and community, some of the benefits of that.
Yes, so as a capital and income beneficiary, we will be trying to convey the message that if additional funding was set aside or released in advance, we could have intergenerational benefits that would have long-term impacts for the community.
Thank you.
Now, this has already gone, right? It's gone. It hasn't gone.
No, it's so we've been granted an extension to, and if this draft submission gets approved today, we are intending to submit it to the trust tomorrow.
So how difficult is it to add in that?
Impact.
That impact, or do we speak to it in our verbal submission? I think that's what you were suggesting.
Well, we're happy to add a paragraph in and then also add it into our verbal submission. I'm not sure what we need to do to the recommendations. Becca might just have to flag with the addition of a paragraph around this being aligned to social impact.
Impact investment.
Yeah, impact investment, yeah.
Because that's what I'm hearing from when I went to their meeting, and that's what I've heard also from Waikato as well, you know, so everyone's talking about let's not go like this so much, but let's go like this and get things delivered. But you know, it's not a biggie. It's really not a biggie, so it doesn't really need more than a sentence or something like that just to acknowledge their language, because, you know, if we line up with their aspirations as well as our own, it's more likely to succeed, presumably. So, and yeah, thank you. That's it. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Should we go to the discussion, debate? Councillor Hamilton, are you going to just start the debate?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, just firstly, great job, guys, on the submission. Really, really superbly written, and I applaud the way you've, and Mark, the way you've addressed the requirements of our council and integrated it with the deed, and the way you've integrated our 5 priorities with their well-beings, which is obviously a really key focus of the trust. So, yeah, really supportive of the way that's written. Just remind us, colleagues, that we're at the discretion of the trustee. So in their deed, we have the ability to apply as we are, but we are at their discretion. But I think the key thing, regardless of the outcome of this, is that we've put a line in the sand and we start to continue these negotiations in partnership. I think it's really important that we build on our strategic, collaborative relationships, and this is a really significant opportunity with the trust. So I just encourage us to continue to foster, even though there's been a significant change in trustees in the last 12 months, it doesn't mean that we can't maintain and pull on the goodwill that's inherent in the original trustee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Munting.
Thank you. Congratulate the staff as well, Mark, Andy and the crew, and also to pay tribute to Councillor Ryan, because I think this is this relationship building approach he's taking is really the way to do it, rather than sort of getting heavy-handed and also applying for grants, which often come at the community's expense, because we apply for from the same grant pool that the community does. So this is a creative and interesting way. It's kind of like how we answer the critics of the train. You know, they say it's not a fast train. It's you know, it needs to be more carriages. It needs to be more of everything. We say, well, we can't do that until we start it. And that is a similar. I think we're in a similar position with our relationship with the Well Trust at the moment. I hope this bears fruit. Do I think it bears fruit? Perhaps it will bear fruit, perhaps not, but it's a step in the right direction. So, yeah, hats off to you, Ryan. I think this is a good way to start.
Thank you. I'll also acknowledge your good work on this, Councillor Hamilton. It's really good to have you there, you know, because I can't be everywhere either. So I think it's really excellent what you've done here. And to the staff, well done. I actually really like the way that those are set out with the little icons or stickers, whatever, and absolutely show the alignment. And so I support that. And the only addition was a sentence that supports their language and what they're looking for as funders as well, which will bring us closer together. But otherwise, it's top class, so thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak? Write a reply? You want to? No? Good. Excellent.
Just added a sentence into B.
Just
to cover what you...
Yeah, I'm confident that it can be picked up with it's a 5-minute job. It's not a biggie. Is everyone happy with that? Okay, let's go to the vote, please. Margaret's voting. Have you voted? Thank you.
Keisha, you also in support?
Yep, hands up there.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Kapai, thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right, that brings us to item 12, water care allocation. Water Allocation Application Board of Inquiry. I would be happy to move this. Deputy Mayor, are you happy to, or happy to second this? Have you?
Which I sent to you as well as to staff at this, just before
when
the
did you
meeting
send it?
started. Okay, yeah,
Sorry,
so,
you might have, I just haven't.
yeah, no, it's just that Jeff was going to second that, so, but it may, may end up being part of the, your, I mean, I don't, we don't know.
Look, if you were first in the queue with this, I'm happy to let you.
No, it's more that I wanted you to see it before you went and moved the original, you see?
So it's D is the addition?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Perfect.
Okay, so
you can move a second. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'll speak to it anyway. So, go. Discussion. Any questions?
Just,
Councillor Wilson.
yeah, thanks, Mayor Paul. I wonder if Lachlan or the staff would like to make a comment regarding D and how that affects. I'm assuming you've seen that?
Just now.
Just now. So I just wonder if I could have your feedback and view.
Good question.
Well, it's unorthodox in a process like this to disclose the costs that a participant has incurred, but it's not. There's certainly nothing prohibiting it, and if Hamilton City would want the board to know that this has been an expensive process for it to participate in, then you are free, of course, to put that information in front of the board. It won't be relevant to the core decision-making task of the board, but
it's just a public signal, isn't
it? It feels like a public signal, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at a time, I guess, I don't know, I can't speak to it, at a time where we're putting the spotlight on the costs that we incur from processes, it's not harmful, is it, though?
No, it's not. I mean, I guess the point is that the issue is so significant that it has warranted an active and what you might describe as a full-blown participation by Hamilton City in the debate over this resource. And if those are the costs associated with participation, then there's certainly no harm in letting everyone know that.
I guess my final question as a result of the opinion you've expressed, could we not achieve the same by wording it in a way that we don't disclose the quantum?
Jeff and I have just discussed that. We'd say we could easily remove of 500,000, just that they're unbudgeted estimated expenses, and that might fit that particular bill, we thought.
Yes, it would. I mean, and if you wanted to say significant or substantial expenses, I see no harm in that either.
Substantial.
Okay. Substantial's fine. Note that we're in public forum, so if anybody is of a mind to discover that it's 500,000, they just have. So
the report's got 500.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of a moot point in that respect. But yeah, excellent. Substantial is you're moving and seconding it, so in your hands. Yep.
Is part of the reason for disclosing the amount to actually get it into our budget, because it's not currently there. When I first read that, I thought that was possibly the main catalyst for putting it in.
I think
that it's unbudgeted, it's not sitting in our annual plan, current annual plan.
No, well, I guess we thought the report had already done that by saying it's unbudgeted and this is the likely quantum. But it was more to send a signal to the applicants, Auckland City Council, that bit of a backhander, or
and we're serious about it too. By taking
several signals to Auckland.
Okay.
That was the approach.
Well, personally, as long as it isn't of any harm, it's already in the public arena, I don't see the issue, but the question's been asked from Councillor Winston, it's been answered, so that's cool.
So can I just make one point of clarification? The words are during the Board of Inquiry process, so we're not intending to make this point at the outset in the submission. My preference would be not to deal with it in the opening sort of gambit. I mean, it would be something that could come out during the flow of evidence that is presented at the Board of Inquiry itself.
We were trying to second guess how our representatives could best use it.
Yep.
If you get what I mean. So here's the information, make sure it's known in the right way at the right time, I think.
Perfect.
Which leads me to a question, is your intention to have a politician, a councillor, myself, or the appropriate chair, which would be Chair Angela actually, is it your intention to have them speak to the submission of the Board of Inquiry, or to support staff in their technical decision?
We haven't got to that decision-making point yet. Certainly the submission has been put together with the benefit of a series of technical experts as well as staff. It may be that there is a role to be played in terms of the overall suite of evidence that we present, which has a political element to it. And if that's the case, then we would call on an elected member to give that effectively political evidence.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to that in the debate then, but that's good. Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, it was I'm just trying to find the paragraph, sorry, but at some stage during here it talks about the risks being greater after 2044, from memory. 19. Number 19. Is it? Yeah, and I just wanted to maybe staff, Andrew or someone, to comment on what's that likely to do if there's no mitigation to our ability to service, for instance, wet industry after that date.
So the city currently holds a water allocation consent which expires in 2044. So the issue that this risk is speaking to is, so what if we need more water than it's in our current consent? So there's two challenges. One is to renew the current consent on the current quantum, and the second challenge is what if we need more? And so if you start looking at our growth expectations around the Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy Review or the Metro Spatial Plan, you quickly arrive at a view that we probably will need more. So then you move to, well, what's the state of the allocation in the river? And you may be aware that Regional Council's looking at the queue for water in the context of those that are ahead of water care, plus the water care. One of the things we don't have great visibility over yet is the state of their allocation framework once the queue and the water care matter is dealt with. It could be that the river's fully allocated or slightly under-allocated. So that's the risk, is there enough for the city and its long-term needs into the future beyond 2044, and how we might secure what we need for economic development.
So could an outcome that we're seeking from the Board of Inquiry be that, yeah, between now and 2044, we can approve something, some allocation. Beyond that, we may want to pull back our agreement, or we may want Auckland to have sorted its own mess out by that date.
Yeah, that in my mind, that's the key part of this. So the two communities are absolutely connected. Success in Auckland, success in Hamilton, and vice versa. And so that's what the submission's trying to do, is to allow Auckland Care or Water Care to get the water they need, but at the same time allow a proper debate at the right time in the future, just around what a good integrated solution might look like.
And can I just add to that answer? That's the submission, as you know, has been described as a conditional opposition. And it's very clear that it has a list of issues that it wants to see resolved through the board process, and if resolved, that opposition could move to what's described as neutrality or even support. And so the submission makes that point very clearly. What it also does it's paragraph 65, which is right at the end of the submission, is it sets out an alternative relief if consent was to be granted. it then sets out a series of conditions, if you like, that it would want to see imposed if consent was granted. And those consent conditions are very much directed at exactly the point that Councillor Macpherson has made, which is that there may be a period of, say, 20 years where there is sufficient allocable flow to enable Auckland to take its requested allocation. But at the end of that 20-year period, which is about when the issues of supply will start to manifest for Hamilton, they then back off and we come forward. And those conditions which are identified in paragraph 65 are all designed to achieve that outcome. So instead of having a consent which is for, say, 35 years, we're suggesting it be for 20. Now that would mean that their consent would come up for reassessment or renewal ahead of the 2044 milestone, which is when the Hamilton City Council consent would come for renewal. So the idea would be potentially a window that Auckland could participate in the allocable flow of the of the Waikato River, but then after that period, it backs out and Hamilton potentially comes forward. And that's one of the solutions that we're trying to signal as an option at paragraph 65 of the submission.
And effectively, you'd also be saying to them, find another, you've got 20 years to find another source that doesn't impinge on our future needs. Indeed,
and that is in fact one of the conditions. If you have a look at condition B, it's talking about imposing conditions requiring Watercare to report at regular intervals during the term of the consent on implementation progress made towards securing alternative water sources, so that it is reducing over time its reliance on the Waikato River. So exactly that point.
Thanks.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, but before me, Councillor Thompson first. Thank you.
Thank you. My question was in regard to Hamilton's position around water resilience and conservation and those kinds of issues where what kind of pushback might we get with this in terms of our own usage of water, say the usage per resident, whatever, and what measures we are taking currently to reduce that water use?
Well, I'll start. Andrew can pick it up. But I think the point is that this debate, which has obviously come in the form of what's been catalysed, if you like, the debate about the resource has been catalysed obviously by the Watercare application. And these kinds of issues are going to be front and centre when Hamilton City comes forward and says, hey, what about us? So if we are going to participate in this kind of debate, you need to be ready for those kinds of questions to come. So water conservation, the measures that Hamilton City is taking in terms of water efficiency, these will all be questions that will need to be addressed during the Board of Inquiry.
Yes, okay. And will it weaken our position, for example, if they say, hey, look, Hamilton doesn't have water meters and you've got a higher usage per person than we do and that kind of thing? Or is it just a case of working those issues through those issues at the Board of Inquiry?
I mean, I think that, intuitively you're right. I mean, the strongest position that Hamilton City could be in would be one where you are absolutely scoring 10 out of 10 in every efficiency measure, and yet you're still saying we're going to have a need in the future for additional allocation. So whenever you raise the issue of the future need for additional allocation, the question is going to be asked, well, what are you doing about improving your efficiency?
And there are plenty of questions to ask Auckland too, so I guess it's
no one is perfect would be the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
I apologise, I was engaged in a very intense conversation with my colleague about this issue. We're talking about water meters, but we'll put that aside. I guess the critical... No, but I think I just want a summary of the approach. You talked about conditional opposition, quote unquote, that could evolve into neutrality, quote unquote, or into support. Is that a reasonable, because we have the formal process.
Yep.
All right, but I'm very much aware of our deep and close relationship with Auckland.
Yep.
And getting the, if you like, the balance right, that in essence we have collectively as a region a mutual problem, a mutual issue.
Yeah, so that point has been spelled out in the submission in black and white, so it's there for Watercare and for Auckland Council to read. If you have a look at paragraph 3 of the submission in attachment 1, it says that the application has potentially significant impacts on Hamilton's own municipal water take requirements over the medium to longer term, and in the time frame available to lodge the submission in the Board of Inquiry process, those impacts are not yet fully understood. And for that reason, HCC cannot support the application at this time. But then goes on to say, accordingly, this submission records HCC's position as one of opposition to the application in its entirety. However, subject to a series of issues being resolved to its satisfaction during the Board of Inquiry process, HCC's position in respect of the application may become neutral or supportive. So there it is for anyone who wants to read the submission in black and white, that there is the opportunity to move from opposition to support.
Yeah, so you have this process, then one assumes politically from the Mayor, and I'm sure the Auckland will be following the debate without prejudice in this chamber, a parallel signal that we're really keen to arrive at what we would call a win-win is our motive here.
Indeed, and I'm confident that's reflected in the submission.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, and I have been in touch with Auckland. Councillor Van Oosten, and then I'll take my questions.
I understand that Hamilton City Council only takes our water supply from the Waikato River.
Correct.
That's correct, isn't it? How open to criticism might we be around resilience in terms of alternative water supply, as Auckland has been, through that process, and how might we be able to, get out of that kind of a criticism?
Do you want to talk about that? So yeah, resilience. So they're a single point source for our supply, and I'm not sure if Myra is here. That's been a long-standing risk for Hamilton City. The issue is the quantum of water it takes to run a city. Things like bores or other river systems are just not. They just do not necessarily have the capacity. That's a risk that can be mitigated through connected supplies to other treatment plants, maybe along the Waikato River system. So resilience is a critical issue, but I don't necessarily think this Board of Inquiry process is going to either enhance or degrade Hamilton City's resilience position. We have a challenge, which is a single point source of water, and there'll be other forums through which we might better manage that resilience and improve our situation.
Okay, thanks very much.
Oh, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Okay, just following on from Sarah and Maxine's very good questions, and I probably, maybe this has been out before, but out of this Board of Inquiry, is there any possibility that any kind of directives may come Hamilton's way about our water management in future, or any messages, any signals, or is the scope not going to allow that? For example, might they be saying, look guys, you're going to have to look at water meters sooner or later, or something like that?
Well, I think, firstly, the scope of the Board of Inquiry is limited in terms of what it can and cannot direct. It is only answering the question of whether Watercare's application should be granted, and if so, on what conditions. But let's imagine during the course of the Board of Inquiry and the debate, the court or the board engages with this question around whether there should be allocable flow protected for Hamilton City in the future. I can envisage that the court will be interested in those questions around efficiency, and whether or not Hamilton's or the concerns identified by Hamilton are potentially, at least in part, of its own making. So you could potentially see something in the judgment. There will be a written judgment that issues from the board, and if the board thought it warranted, it could say something about that. But it certainly won't have the force of a judgment or a binding order. The only thing that the board can bind is this question of whether Watercare should or shouldn't be granted its consent.
Yep, thank you. Interesting.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. In terms of the queue, I've had a few conversations recently with Chair Remington. When did you last get an update on what's sitting in the queue?
Well, I received an update earlier this week, which I think was something that was being broadcast quite widely to all representatives or participants in the queue. And it was effectively, it was identifying that the regional council had commenced taking steps to work its way through the applications sitting in the queue and test with each applicant the amount of water that had been requested and whether or not their requested quantum was realistic and or whether it could be trimmed, so to speak. And I understand that that process is ongoing and has resulted in some significant reductions in A, the queue, and B, the volume.
And the queue. But even still, how many we're talking, do we know?
Look, I just don't have that information. It's not, I don't think it's yet publicly available. All I can say is that the region is taking active steps to, as best it can, reduce and manage the queue.
Okay. I should, I'm just looking at the submission as well. I should note, I don't think it's a conflict of interest, but I should note my interest as co-chair of the Waikato Regional Authority and alert you to the fact that they will be making a submission consistent with the principles of the vision and strategy, co-governance settlement for the river. So around the wellbeing and restoration of the river, I don't think that conflicts me in this case of allocation because there is no cross-reference between either.
You said Waikato Regional Authority. I think you meant River Authority.
I did.
Yep.
Did I say that's because I've been in both, so now I'm all confused. No, Waikato River Authority. Sorry, I'm the co-chair. So we're yet to work through the detail of that board, but of course it will not be around many of the issues that we're facing. It's more to do with restoration, well-being of the river. So, but having said that, because I don't think it conflicts me from being involved in this, just having said that, in terms of paragraph 65, where you talk about the feedback, the effect on the river. So you talk about monitoring the effects on the river, on Waikato River. I wondered if it wouldn't be wise for us to articulate that more broadly, because we're not the only group that is interested in the environmental, cultural and social well-being and economic well-being. So the submission is stacked about, our future growth opportunities and economic well-being in Aotearoa City, and that's absolutely spot on. But at the same time, we should be cognizant of those other well-beings that we share in. So it's not much of a tweak, but is there a problem with articulating what monitoring the effects on the Waikato River means? Environmental flow, social well-being, economic well-being, cultural well-being, for example. Is there an issue with that?
No.
Could that can be incorporated? Thank you. Okay, that was all I had to ask. Thank you very much. So I've moved. Have I moved? I did. I thought I did. If I haven't, I have now. You seconding Deputy Mayor Taylor? Yeah, we already done that. I can't remember. Oh, of course. That's right. I'm not moving. You're moving, Dave. And you're seconding. Okay, so we'll go into discussion.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. This is something that we absolutely need to be involved and to protect our future rights. Equally, New Zealand Inc. needs Auckland to have a solution, both short/medium term and also long term. And one of the things I like about this is the clause that Lachlan read out to us, which basically asks for ongoing monitoring, reporting and monitoring of Auckland's progress to finding a best solution, rather than just chucking another pipe down over the hill into the Waikato River, and it's giving them 20 years, or that's our proposal, to give them 20 years. I think that's a good approach. We're supportive, but not forever. So get your act together, guys. It's cost us a lot, and if you contribute to that, that might help further, I think, is another side message. Of course, we'd never be so crass as to say it quite like that. I'm sure we'd put it in a lawyerly fashion, but it's important that we are involved and that we're seen as key partners in this. I think issues of Waikato Regional Council's queue and the process they're following, that's also sent, this whole thing has sent them a message that that's got to be sorted out so they can be a little bit more nimble than having 100 or something applications in the queue, which doesn't help anyone sort anything out. So for all those reasons, I'm supportive of this, with the addition that we've added to bring to the attention at the right time the sorts of costs that we're facing to try and help them fix this.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Paula. Yeah, I'm very comfortable with these recommendations and the stance that we're taking into this process in terms of safeguarding our position from the outset, particularly with the growth pressures that we know are going to continue coming for Hamilton. And I like the fact that we can clearly say Auckland can't be reliant on the Waikato River forever. At some stage it needs to find another teat to suck on. And it wouldn't surprise me if at some stage out of this process, or we might ourselves find as a city that we are being encouraged to look at better water management ourselves. And I think that will come with time and needs to probably. And I'd also add that in addition to opposing it, I struggle to see why we need to be footing the bill to participate in this Board of Inquiry. I mean, it has been forced on us essentially because of Auckland's poor management of its water. And it's not something we've initiated, and I think, I'm glad that I would be really, which is the reason for the amendment, I think we need to make that explicitly clear and throw that into the mix.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, I don't disagree with the last two speakers. In fact, my notes also suggest the same. What I would like to see in the submissions that we make verbally is that we emphasise some of those things. And I think that Auckland does need to find its own solution for its water. Remember, it is surrounded by water. And so, therefore, there are technologies now where they can take that seawater and convert it into drinking water. So their reliance on an easy fix to take water from us is not sustainable long term. And I think that needs to be emphasised. Even if it's already in the submission, it needs to be emphasised very strongly in the verbal submissions that we make to the Board of Inquiry. And I'm sure, Lachlan, that you and those appearing before the Board of Inquiry will do exactly that. And I agree that we need to emphasise the cost to Hamilton ratepayers to actually go up and try and help Auckland solve a problem. We certainly shouldn't be paying for that, not to the extent of $500,000. So if there are some costs that are likely to be handed out at the end of the inquiry, we should be lining up for some form of reimbursement for the efforts that we're putting in. Thanks.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I will be supporting the motion on the basis that we're in the room, on the basis that we have critical interests that we must ensure that we monitor, particularly in terms of our own future as part of the Hamilton Waikato metro area. But I would also underscore my view that no two metro centres, Hamilton Waikato Metro, Auckland Metro, have a closer, intertwined, critical, strategic relationship. And when we lecture Auckland on water care, on its historical journey in water, we should be a little careful, because obviously we're facing some issues of our own in the Greater Waikato, and we've got to be careful that some of the similar mistakes down the track are not made. We have a very good Auckland Council now and a very good progressive mayor who's very different from some of the more conservative predecessor councils in the past, and the whole point of Auckland as a one super city was to get the big picture in this. Of course, Auckland was split into a whole series of jurisdictions, a bit like the Waikato is now, actually. Now you have a super city. And I think if we look at our interests, around the transport links, around the integration, the interlinking of our two economies, and it should not be lost on us that Auckland has a number of very significant central government politicians residing in Auckland. So we, I think, have to give a very clear message, as Dave Mack said said it all. This is part of New Zealand Inc., all right? This is part of a common shared problem. This is not us versus Auckland or anywhere else. This is us wanting to be in the room where obviously we have to protect our own immediate interests, but we want to get a win-win solution for all. And obviously, as I suspect the speaker that's going to follow me will be talking around, proper conservation and proper management of our water resource, not just in Auckland, but for ourselves in Waikato as well. So I think there's a degree of shared problem solving in this, and I hope that is the approach we take, shared problem solving.
Councillor Thompson.
There's been lots of good speakers before me already. I also agree with this approach. We have a responsibility to act as governors for in the best interests of Hamilton City. We recognise it's important that Auckland thrives, and when they thrive, our economy benefits from that also, and we have a relationship with Auckland that we want to strengthen, and besides all that, we do care about our fellow neighbours, but we also have our own water needs as a city and as a growing city. So there's going to be a fine balance between the two that we are going to have to work together to find. We also have a responsibility to the river itself and to Waikato Tainui, particularly with Te Ture Whaimana. So the river itself is intrinsically valuable, and we can't keep on drawing on it without regard to that. That water is not only providing us life, but that river is life in itself. So we do really need to look harder also as a city at what we're doing with climate change on our heels. Water resilience and management is going to become more and more important. So it's timely that Councillor Angela sent through an email reminding us of those water stimulus projects, because in there is a particular line item for a water sustainability strategy for the city, and that is going to be critical. One of the most important things we can do as a council is to ensure that we have a sustainable approach to water management for the city for the generations to come. So I really look forward to working with staff on that strategy. Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
I wasn't going to speak until I heard the very futuristic Councillor Pascoe speak, and I was inspired by your bringing up that Auckland is surrounded by water. Look, first of all, this is about protecting our future water supply as a city, and Sarah's right. This is about this is our job to maintain a sustainable city. The disappointing thing is, and this is why I'm grateful for the amendment from Councillors McPherson and Taylor, that it costs us $500,000 to have a right to even talk about it. That's unsustainable. So, to my mind, is drawing our sole water supply. or our sole source of water from one river that is unsustainable, as Maxine alluded to earlier on too. So the answer will be, as we head more carbon free, it will be desalinisation. And fortunately now desalinisation plants are also power plants, and we need to be looking at really closely at that technology, because who knows, in our term, that could be very realistic. At the moment it's too expensive. There's only about 4 or 5 of them in America, I think, that are working in California, but gee, if anyone can do it, we can do it. So yeah, just wanted to sort of throw that in there, and thanks for your comments. Stimulated my thinking. So Angela, I know I said I wasn't going to be on that water stimulus project, but you know, if there's an opening, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'll take a turn to have my say. I feel very strongly about this one, because make no mistake that the number one economic natural resource is water. It's gold. It's gold, because without it we can't grow, we can't attract new businesses, and people can't thrive in many, many ways, including the environmental, social, cultural well-beings that we talked about before. And Sarah quite rightly made reference to Te Ture Whai Mana, and just noting that vision and strategy is in a review cycle right now. I'm also really disappointed with the huge cost that this process, driven outside of our organisation, comes to us with. However, we do accept, and you know, I maintain my conversation, my collegial conversation with Auckland, we do accept that Auckland's wellbeing matters. But what this submission does really well, I think, and I'm pleased with, is make it quite clear, as our temporary allocation also did, make it quite clear to Auckland that they absolutely must act now to look at broader ways to tackle the sustainability of their own supply. So number one, they cannot keep relying on putting another hole in the same hose over and over. That water will only deliver so much, that river will only deliver so much water. So we all need to think about sustainability, and you can't leave it till you need it to drive sustainability. You've got to do it in advance. Having said that, I support the comments of my colleagues here, which have alerted that people in glass houses should be careful not to throw stones. So welcoming the work that's going to come through Chair O'Leary's committee around our own sustainability and making sure that we use water in the most efficient and effective way as a city. And so that's important also, that we act now to do that in the many tools that we have with our new subdivisions, etc. Water, it's not enough just to run a water campaign, an education campaign. We're beyond educating people to turn off the tap when they clean their teeth. We're into the really serious gritty bit of one of New Zealand's most pressing resources, right? And so I think it'll be interesting. The time around this is interesting, because nobody can deal with allocation without being aware of the broader context, which is the Three Waters Review, and the potential for new entities to be formed to manage waters. And they won't just be managing how water goes out, they'll be managing, treatment. They'll be managing all aspects of water: allocation, quality, treatment, and the whole lot. So we're facing a completely new future, and I just hope all councillors across the region, as well as ourselves, are taking this issue seriously, because it is a big and very costly issue to all of our communities to get right. But, last sentence, primarily, my role is to put Hamilton's interests first, and I think this submission does it nicely. Thank you. Oh, hi Margaret. Sorry. I got all carried away.
Thank you. A lot of the points I think have been well made around our relationship with Auckland's place and responsibility in New Zealand Inc., and how we need to play our part. But I think just to add to the current comments, excuse my voice, I really hope some of the narrative at the table will give us an opportunity, I should say, to require Auckland to put back as well as take. So yes, while they're requesting so much water over a certain time frame, I think there's an opportunity for them to contribute to the health and the well-being of the river, seeing as that they're requesting to use it. And I really hope that that's part of, or we have an opportunity to bring that type of discussion forward as well, because if we are to be kaitiakitanga, then we need to be contributing as well as taking, and balancing that with how we're using our resources. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else who hasn't spoken? No. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Thank you. Nothing. Oh. Thank you, Kesh. Thank you, Margaret. To reset, but we'll take it that Margaret and Kesh were in support. No, it's all right, Margaret. We've seen your hands were up. That's cool.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, staff. You're on a big journey of work. This is just one step in that process. Okay, so we're now on to item 13, which is the recommendations from open committee meetings. So first up is the open air burning bylaw. Recommendations from, hang on, I just got to get on the right page. Finance committees first, sorry. Thank you. Any questions, comments? Just get the discussion board back up. No. All in favour? Everyone, thank you. That brings us to the recommendations from the Environment Committee, 2nd of March. Did I miss it? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Straining. Recommendations from the Community Committee. Kesh, you want a second? Yes, there's a hand up. I see it. Any questions, comments, concerns? Being none, all in favour? Raise your hands. Thank you. Now we're on to the recommendations of the Environment Committee of 2nd March. Would you like to move, Margaret?
Recommendation from the Environment Committee of 2nd of March.
Thank you. Sarah, would you like to second that? Thank you. Are there any questions, concerns? There being none, all in favour, please raise your hands. Opposed, carried. Recommendations for the Economic Development Committee. Ryan, has he left or is he just out of the room? Oh, okay, hang on. Can I go ahead on to something else? No, that's the last one. Councillor Wilson, would you like to move? Sure. Is there, and a second, Councillor Bunting, thank you. Any comment, question, concern? I'm sure Ewan will answer it for us. Yes, sure. No, there being none. All in favour? Raise your hands. We note the enthusiasm. Opposed, carried. Okay, that's it. So now we move to exclude the public. Is it for the Māori Wards thing? Pardon? Oh yes, go, let's have a 5-minute stop. Bathrooms. Council, with your leave, for the issue on Māori Wards, which comes later, can we have Jeanette remain in the room? We're offline, sorry. All right, we're having a break. We're not offline yet.
Can we get a second result to go on to this way?
Yeah, we'll do it when we get back now then, because we're gone.
Okay, so you're going to come back and resolve?
Yeah, I was going to do it, and then somebody asked for it. Yeah, it is. I shouldn't have mentioned it. I forgot. Hopefully nobody caught that. public. Opposed, carried. We're in public excluded now. So would somebody just shut the door would be great.